Yeah, I wish you had shot me this link a little while ago. I would have blasted it out already.
Now let me refresh. Grand right. Well, grand evening. Grand evening. Let me see. Let me see. Let me see the refresh. Doing my refresh. Sorry, I'm checking everyone. We was having little technical difficulties. Let me see. Let me see the refresh. Doing my refresh. Sorry, I'm checking everyone. We was having little technical difficulties. Let me see. Let me see the refresh. My refresh. Sorry, I'm checking everyone. Little technical difficulties. Why is that? Do y'all have your what's do y'all
No.
have your channel open?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
You get me? Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
What's going on, everybody?
Now it's working. Now it's working. All right. Here we go. Now we coming live as planned. We coming to you at $2,000 in 19 minutes. It's November 11th, 2021. Welcome to the Brother Talk series. OGroundz Production. I got Brotha Sly Jones, and I got the number one grinder, the underrated darkness. We're gonna be here tonight. Just it's an open panel, open board. I had a couple topics and just let us flow with it and see how things go. And right quick, number one grinder, can you introduce yourself and get a link to your channel real quick and describe what your channel about? I know they probably heard it before, just real quick, and then when you get done, Brother Sly, can you
You got to make
link
me
to
blue
your
to send the
channel?
link. Make me blue send the link.
No, I get a link. Just say whatever your channel name is, and I'll put it in the. Yep, I'll do it. Yep.
All right.
Yes, sir.
Formerly, the underrated darkness. That channel will be back soon, but my secondary channel now is the number one grinder, Real Talk. Um, I talk about a lot of things and stuff like that. So check me out. Plus I would do a live tonight at 9:05 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So want you to check me out and the other lives that I did in the past and even in the future. And I'm very, very honored to be here. Salute to you.
You go, Slide. Dear Slide. Oh, why is this thing muted? You there, dear Slide? Unmuted it. I'm hitting on mute in this.
All right, can you hear me?
Yep, there you go.
Yeah, I want to make sure you can hear my brother so there wouldn't be no background noise during these introductions. But hey, everybody, my name is Sly Jones. I am a YouTube content creator, aspiring voice actor, and fellow veteran. So, to any of my veterans out there, assalamu alaikum. Peace be upon you all. Glad to be here. Honored to that Otho would have me as part of the discussion tonight.
Cool. Appreciate that, brother. We just sitting here, just having a roundabout chat, and I hate it, but I think it's going to be needed because current events of people going through the pandemic, through mental health issues and everything, the violence that's happening with this our race, our people, committing suicides and things. That's other thing that's going on around the world. Just wanted to talk about as men and how we look at the world, and have two other brothers, and I want to have some sisters on here that, and hopefully we get some more people in the house before my brother got to leave and go to his channel. And you can check out his channel with him, and we get off of here. So My one thing that's been concerning me as of lately is you can talk in any order. What are some things since 2020 of March 20th or March, was it March 3rd when everything started shutting down? How have you brothers, in any order, whoever talk first, how have you been handling things? Did y'all mute yourselves?
Okay,
Whoever's
well,
talking.
well, for me, I've actually been thriving. I was able to take advantage of some opportunities while everything was kind of in chaos and in flux for certain people in certain communities. I'm blessed to be in a place where, the weather for the most part doesn't get too cold, so we didn't have any heating issues, anything like that. Uh, we did have to ride out the toilet paper thing. We had to ride out the lack of uh, supplies and stuff like that at the stores. And I think it affected the older community where I'm from more than the young people. But I found opportunity and found ways to stay busy. Even when my job did shut down, we were paid during that time, which didn't allow me to get unemployment. But I
Okay.
still got a check during that time. So again, I've been blessed, and I like how nature snapped back. Different reports of birds coming back, water cleaning up, air cleaning up in places because there wasn't so many people. And that just in that little 6 months to a year, that kind of impact, I would like to see what would happen within 2 or 3 years if we just Thanos snap this shit and just, let it be what it's going to be.
You like you was Mr. ASMR, Mr. Smooth. Had to get you on that one. Ladies gonna know. Ladies gonna know. Mm.
So how did it affect you, Otho, this whole pandemic panic thing?
You're Mr. J. Oh, I keep saying. Oh, he muted himself. You there, brother? I can't unmute you when you
Yes,
mute
I'm here.
yourself.
Oh,
Yeah,
I'm
when you
sorry.
Oh,
mute
you're there
yourself,
yet?
I can't unmute it. Yeah, I can't unmute it when you do it.
Um,
Mm-hmm.
what happened? Well, basically, I'm just been surviving. You know, whatever little opportunities I can take advantage of. To be more alert, what's going on. To be,
Mm-hmm.
whatever information I have for our people, to give it to them. So I had little setbacks, here and there. My brother passed away August 18th, so dealing with that and everything. But just to keep on spreading the truth and just be alert and just keep on grinding. That's it. Help others. That's about it.
Yeah. Hey, that's a shalom of your brother passing away and all the people we lost during the times. And man, today is Veterans Day, so we commemorate, honor the veterans. We honor the number one grinder, JT brother, Sly. If he lost any family or anybody, we honor them. My family, your friends, our loved ones, and just give a quick moment of silence, real quick. Thank you for that moment of silence. Well, for me, I've been having fun too, man. Everything's been good. I feel especially when you're single and no kids and you don't have a girlfriend, and a lot of things you focus on I enjoy the outdoors, so I got to ride my bike in the middle of the highway. So in the middle of the highway, I got to ride my bike. That was beautiful. I don't know how people feel that normally if you drive everywhere and you finally ride your bike, you get to go places. So I don't know how you feel about that. So, but for me, it was beautiful.
Yeah, motorcycle riding is similar. If you ever
Okay.
get on those two wheels and you feel the
Mhm.
wind, you feel the weather, you feel things that you just can't feel in a car. You see things that you
Right.
just can't see in a car, and then you experience it because you got more time to kind of take it in. You can even stop if you want to, whereas
Mhm.
in a car you can't just stop when you see something cool and like take a picture and whatnot. It's not safe.
Right. What is some things that you oh, since we on that note, what is some things that both of you took in more? What is things that you not even taking? What have you appreciated more than ever in the last 2 years? Let's start with Juice Life first.
Well, for me, and while we're talking about reverence, though, first off, I do
Mm-hmm.
want to, we always talk about giving praise to the ancestors.
Yes, go
Uh,
ahead.
I have an actual ancestor that I
Mm-hmm.
want to honor on this Veterans Day, and this gentleman that was a member of the Union Army
Mm-hmm.
during the Civil War.
Okay.
Yeah, he was in a Kentucky regiment. He was a free man. There was nothing in his record that indicated that he was a slave at any point in his life. But
Okay.
he actually joined the armed forces. He was a mulatto fellow who joined the Kentucky regiment. So looking at him, who looked like me, who actually served in uniform like my father and my grandfather, like you and like our other brothers out there, I just wanted to give him a shout out because, again, we always give shout out to the ancestors we don't know and couldn't, weren't really tied to. But this
Mm-hmm.
gentleman was actually my flesh and blood, and I just wanted to give him a shout out. But
Okay.
but again, the thing that happened over the course of these last 2 years for me was getting more attached to my spiritual side, where as a black man, you're always taught to be tough, be hard, be strong, suck it up and drive on. You're
Mm-hmm.
not really taught to be spiritual. You're not even really taught to be sensitive in any kind of way. And I had to get in touch with that part of myself to start forgiving people, to start actually growing up and not be so angry, not carry around a chip on my shoulder. So I started studying spirituality, and I got on YouTube and I started meeting young ladies that do tarot, started meeting people that were Hebrew Israelites. I met people that were Nubians. I started meeting people that were belonged to Hindu beliefs. So having all those different belief systems to draw from, it gave me a lot of homework to do, and I learned a lot. And it gave me a certain level of patience when dealing with people of other backgrounds.
Cool. What about you, brother? What are some things you found more appreciated of in the last 2 years?
Well appreciated. I would say that what very much appreciated that I see some of my people working together
Mm-hmm.
that understand the urgency of all levels.
Right.
That's encouraging to me. We still got ways to go, but
Mm-hmm.
um and it's gonna take work, but I see it down and I see especially brothers is really talking to our young brothers to
Mm-hmm.
be there for them, not just be there for them, especially spiritual aspect. And I also see that of some aspect of brothers is getting together of all demographics
Mm-hmm.
So,
and really spiritual.
so on that note, brother, let me ask you this: not Otho, what's your name, brother? I don't see your name on my StreamYard. I'm sorry about
Yeah,
that.
it's not. Yeah, it's not coming up for some reason. Yeah, I was looking at that, but yeah, go ahead.
No, you got to type in the number one grinder, real talk. That's my secondary channel. That's probably cool.
Got
Yeah.
you, got you. All right, let me ask you this, Grinder. How do you feel? Well, like if a young black man, let's say between the age of 12 and 16, were to ask you, who is God? How would you answer him?
I would tell him that he's a supreme being, and he had to study to find out himself, because there's quite a few young people throughout the years, they view God in different ways. So I would say for me, he's a spiritual being, but for you, it could be different. So he has to do his own diligence to find out for himself and everything. But the thing about this, long as I be there for him at the time, you know,
Right.
and to explain to him what's going on, what's give him the I try to give him the uncomfortable part of us as a people, and the possibilities and stuff. That's the best. That's the best I could do. And just let him know that we there. Not just convenience. And I think that's the thing that sometimes we fail to understand though too. We cannot be there for convenience. We got to be there. We just want to be there. Especially for the teenagers, because there's a lot of things has happened to them right now that they don't understand, but we do. And so we gotta be that bridge.
Right, but the reason why I asked you that one question specifically, Otho, I want to hear your stance on that question too, when it comes to not religion,
Mm-hmm.
not any of that stuff, not even race or any of that or culture.
Right.
Just a kid asks you about God.
Mm-hmm.
Who? And when this little boy asks you who is God, this little black boy asks you who is God, what do you tell him?
I thought I answered that.
No, I'm talking to
Oh no,
Otho.
he asking me.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's me. I'm sorry, my fault.
No,
Yeah.
you good, you good, you good. Well, I'll start off and say, well, as you look at yourself in the mirror, you as a person, you choose and pick what you decide on. And I would say for me, and I would say now for me, I took the time out and do my research on what I choose to believe and what I choose to have as what I trust in. I
Mm-hmm.
trust more in myself than a understanding of information that was written long ago. But you can take the time out and do your education and study and have all the information for you to understand what you believe is God. And I believe as God. Now, I gave him that. We as beings on this earth
Mm-hmm.
are all work together as a God. I don't believe in one God on the throne. I don't believe there is one God. I don't believe. I know that in my visions and dream, we are designed to all be one. There's, in my understanding, if somebody say they're on the throne, only one I know that wanted to be on the throne is the most domineering thing, and that's the people which we call the devil or the enemy or the adversary. He's the only one that want to be on the throne on his own. And if somebody say all these different things, then I say after that, once you make your decision, live by it, and stand by it. And can't nobody tell you. But we all still on this earth, as somebody say, what kind of belief you is, and somebody is God, you still have to work together. If we don't work together, I don't care what God you believe in, everything else just fall, and it don't even matter anymore.
Wow, that's heavy for a kid though. And that's the reason why I asked you brothers that,
Mm-hmm.
because that's the question that a lot of these reverends are not answering, and they're telling these kids to go out and find it on their own. They're not able to go find it anywhere, because you're talking about kids that don't really like to read. They're not
Mm-hmm.
taking in any kind of information like that, especially when you look at everything they hear on the radio, everything they see on
Right.
TV, the hopelessness they hear on the news, and then they don't have God either. And we wonder why our kids always feel so angry and helpless and hopeless. You know what I'm saying? Even kids that have two parents in the home
Mm-hmm.
still have these misguided, angry kids that are hypersexualized, or, just
Because there ain't no
really
structure. There's no structure in the home. There's no structure in their mind. Like
right.
when our
And what's the one thing that our grandparents and our great grandparents and our great great grandparents had as part of that structure?
mm-hmm.
They had the church. You see
They
what I'm
had a
saying? So
village.
so
They had a village.
yeah, but
They
they
had a
also had
tribe.
the
They had a
but they
civilization.
but they had the church. They had the
Okay.
church. They had the church in the community. They
Yeah,
had
the
the church as
community.
a
Yep.
meeting place. They had it as a place to vote. They had it as a place of record keeping. That's how my family was able to trace back all the way back to the Civil War, to the 1867, 1868, where they found my great 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 grandfather, was because of the church records. Out of all the churches that burned down, out of all the ones that flooded, out of all the ones that collapsed, and everything else that happened from antebellum all the way through, those records, those actual papers still survive to this day. So, the church, even if you weren't a religious person, still served a purpose. And 9 times out of 10, the religious leader in the community, even before they had welfare, could make sure that hungry families ate. They made sure that birth records were kept. They made sure that death records were kept. So again, it was more than just religion. And another reason why I asked y'all that was because when we don't guide them towards structure, they are open to everything else out there. So when we do tell them to go find it for themselves, now we always talk like, yeah, we're going to feed you. We're going to feed you. You my brother, I'm going to feed you. And then as soon as they say, hey, feed me, you say, here you go. Go find the food. And I think that's part of the mentality as Black men, as wanting to be mentors and wanting to be the people that guide these young brothers. We got to change that mentality of go find out for yourself, because they're going to find out enough stuff the hard way. So I think
but
that
you asked just specifically about that. Now you asked about, no, I get what you're saying. No, if he asked me like what I believe in God, that's for him to get. But now, like you say, feed me. All right, let me show you how to fish. Let me show you how to fillet the fish. Let me show you how to cook it, and I'm gonna do it with you. How many times you need me to do it? Just as we call it on-the-job training. I'm not going to say, well, you know how to do it. I've never done that. You know how to do it. I don't care if the guy did it 1 week. I'm not going to sit there, but I'm going to say, I'm going to let that string a little bit looser. Let that every time. I know you can do it. I'm going to encourage him. I know you can do it. I'm going to let that string a little bit looser because, all right, you have been doing it for a week. I think 1 day for this type of job, my mind, for me, I needed 2 days. But I say a week. I say if I need 2 days, I'll give him a week. And then after that week, so that's Monday through Sunday. Monday, you're like, where are you going? Oh, I'm not going to stand literally right by you. It's been 7 days now. I'm still standing right here. So all you got to do is tap me on my shoulder. And I'll still be there for you.
Right.
I think a lot of brothers will receive that as well.
Well, when me and my son had that conversation, everything, I think it was already built into him that he believed in one God. So he prays at night, what I'm saying? He prays for the family. He'll touch on things that he read in the Bible and stuff like that. So he was way more advanced, I think, at his young age than I was at his with that level of understanding.
Right.
But now so much has changed where, like I say, you say that you don't have a specific belief, but you do greet us in, an ancient Judaic, greeting.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So I'm curious, when did that happen? When did you take an interest in like the Hebrew faith and what it entails?
When truth came about, when I can truly say I seeked out truth, not just like you said, the tradition. What does the tradition actually mean to me? Instead of just saying, because everybody, don't matter how many teachers or scholars or philosophers and community builders in your community, so you in the village or in your belief, they can be saying all that, but you sitting there like, and I was the type of young man, I'm not just going to sit there to follow that, just to follow it. I had to know for myself. So knowing for myself, I went out and said, all right, what information did I hear? So I started looking up the word. And from that case you said, why do I use shalom? Because I looked it up. I said, oh, that's how I live. I live in peace and tranquility. So I would want to use that as my greeting and things. And then it trickled down the line. And that became part of my education. I went out and seeked it for myself. Besides just saying, like, not being funny. Like, I want stuff to sound funny. Not just saying because my family did it. Because, you know, like a lot of people, why are you Jehovah? Why are you Christian? Why are you Muslim? Why are you Hebrew? Because of my family. I say, oh, and I don't argue with nobody. I'm like, okay, cool. And I'll leave it at that. Because I know sometimes some people don't receive stuff. Between us three, we never done that with each other, but other people have.
Right. And these questions aren't questions that I want to know from my own curiosity. You know what I'm saying? Just for the listeners that may not know, you know what I'm saying, to give them a background on us and where we come from, and that we can have different backgrounds and different beliefs on things, and still come together and not bite each other's throat, not have our egos take over, not do this cop out thing called agree to disagree. Because there's two things that Black folks was told not to do: don't discuss religion and politics, and just agree to disagree.
Right.
You know, we don't have to agree with each other. We just be at each other's throat, and we go in our corners and pout and shout and shoot each other birds and threaten each other, instead of saying, okay, now let me, after we have this discussion, go back and see what he was talking about and say, okay, now it makes sense. You know what I'm saying? Now I've had time to digest it. You know, now next time me and my brother chop it up, I'll have a better understanding where he's coming from. You know, so yeah.
Right. I feel like, as I say, even to brother JT, I said, guess what? When we agree, we actually have to agree. Like, we can't agree to disagree, because you can't disagree until you agree on something. So we don't say education. We got to say education. Do we agree? Yes. Now we can disagree and say, well, in type of education I desire for my child is going to be under this religion. Like, cool. So we have a section, but that's in other stuff. That's another direction. But cool. Until we agree that we're talking on education, but we're not agreeing on talking about education, we are not agreeing, and we are no longer disagreeing because we never agreed in the first place. That was just a quick example of if that's what you meant, or understanding for what you meant or not, Brother Slide. What is your take on that, Brother JT, real quick? And you got any take on expound or exalt of your understanding?
Well, my thing is that especially us as brothers, that we have to understand that we have to think of the bigger picture. And that's it. Sometimes we get caught up our ego, like Brother Slide Jones said. I see it in the space, you know, like if brothers don't fit that, don't live in a certain area, demographic, or a brother don't have that job, or you figure that person, what message he put out is not good enough for him. It's a lot of things, so but it's gotta be a bigger picture for me.
Right.
It's gotta be a bigger picture. You know, you gotta put the ego aside and stuff like that. You know, if I'm wrong, hey, look, I do wrong things too, but that's what I'm at. That's what and also, yo, shout out to you, Brother Dave Bowman. Keep up the good work. And so we have to come together. People can talk, like, yeah, we got to come together. I'm not talking about on this. I'm not talking about here, but I hear it. But y'all be around same people. When is going to be the time you're going to branch out? That I get what Brother Otho Williams, like I get what Brother Slide Jones said. I get what he's saying. All right, at least start from there. But at times we don't want to start from there. So why I should put myself out there, a brother that don't respect my existence, don't respect my life experience. Nah, I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna be the ones that will respect me, and we respect each other, and we can build from there. We gotta start from somewhere. That's what I'm saying.
Right. And see how you said we start from there. We put ourselves out there amongst each other as brothers. You can't come in as other brothers, which we seen outside or offline. That's why you see the fighting, the killing. We underestimate because we tired of hearing it, but it's the truth. There is a black on black violence. There's records of it. We see it. We hear it. Let's acknowledge it. that's how we agree. Now, if we disagree on the next, cool, but it happens. Right? We all agree because we both all spoke on that. We do agree that exists because we're talking about our brothers. We're not talking about other outside things that's going on. If that's our focus, let's focus on that, and we don't have to have an ill will because of your belief, Brother Sly belief, my belief, or our knowing, because we know we at the age of we know what worked for us. That's why when we say the young man, I don't know. He might he take the slide and say, okay, I want to be under that structure, cool. But also in the structure, he's learning how to love his brother, to give his brothers, and out of love come respect. I respect you, I respect JT, and I respect Slide. So I would want that young man. And the reason I would say the things I say to him that way, because I want him to see, like, dang, even though he believe or he know different from his understanding, he can respect him. And a lot of young men never seen that. That's like that's the next question for when you growing up. I see the young men seeing me now. They're only 6 years younger than me. I was just semi taller than them. Then they grew taller than me. Then I just sprouted up. So it was almost as I thought. They always thought we had a big age gap. But the one thing, how you doing, brother? The one thing we did, I always gave them was respect. So now when they see me, like, you made it. In my mind, I was like, I ain't make it nowhere. But then I started thinking. So with that, Brother JT and Brother Slide, what is the respect, or do you acknowledge nowadays? You don't have to even agree. I'm just asking the question. How do you think? I'm just going to say an overall question. Do you think black men as a whole, we give each other less respect from what you see, or more respect of what we don't see?
Unfortunately, it's less.
Mm-hmm.
It is.
Mm-hmm.
It is. It's just like we don't respect that each other's existence. As you know, do you know me for a minute? I always talk about existence. It means a lot to me. If you don't respect what that man stands for, wake up in the morning, um, wake up
Mm-hmm.
and just keep surviving.
Right.
Especially if you know that's a good man right there. That's a good brother right there.
Mm-hmm.
That's a problem for me. And so what we gonna do? Listen, I want I want brother Sly Jones to win. I want you, brother Otho Williams, to win.
Mm-hmm.
I want all brothers to win. That is striving for righteousness. That's just trying. Stuff like that. We gotta build each other up, man. Cause it's hard out here, man. It's hard. It's not easy
Right.
for us.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why sometimes you need black crime, because we don't know ourselves at times.
Mm-hmm.
We getting crumbs out here, and that's all we know. But what about that next man existence?
Right.
When we sit down and talk, hey man, let me buy you a sandwich, man. Let's go to the park and talk, man. Or get on the phone or something like that, or email. You know what I'm saying? Let's use these technologies to build each other up. I know you can't do it every day, but do it sometime. Do it frequently, because you never know. You might not see that brother no more. That brother could just bing, be out.
Right.
It really does sound good in theory, but when we look at the model of the most successful brothers in our communities, whether it be the Hebrew Israelites, Nawabians, the Muslims, or any other black sect, group, religion, what have you, they always they take their ball and they play in their own court. And unless you become one of them, unless you grow your beard, unless you stop eating pork, unless you do this certain number of things, they're like, we cool with you. You my brother, but you not really my brother. You know what I'm saying? We cool. You know what I'm
Get a
saying?
good
And
bit.
until we can change that mentality, I mean, because I can
Right.
go listen to Sonetter TV at any given time, go back and listen to the old debates of all those brothers. Most of them are based out of urban cities, New York, LA, Chicago, you know what I'm saying? Where me from a little country town, I had to seek out this knowledge. They're not going to, we don't have bookstores and stuff like that readily available with that kind of knowledge. So I had to seek it on YouTube. And everywhere that I went, it was militant blacks. There wasn't any kind of mix of people. There wasn't another point of view. The only thing that brought it all together was F the white man. And I said, I said, there's no love in this message. There's no understanding. There's no peace in this actual message because these guys are outside on the street with bullhorns screaming at each other. And that woman is dressed like a man and she got pants on and she's going to hell. And that white man over there, he's going to go to hell. I'm going to make him my slave. And we're going to put them in chains and all of this. And I'm sitting there trying to think like, do I really want my son to hear this? And how is this going to help him to become a good man by hearing such a angry and see and when I heard it from Khalid Muhammad, there was a why, a what, a when, a where. There was Rodney King, and there was all the things that were happening at that time. And he was trying to get the Crips and the Bloods together in LA and everything to get them to stop the riots and to come together and to fight the honkies and not to keep killing each other.
Right.
The message now is being shaped around the Bible and religion, where I can say Khalid Muhammad did not do that. You know what I'm saying? He did, after he left the Nation of Islam, didn't just preach from the Quran or the Bible. He went from common sense and what he had learned from a pragmatic point of view, not from a religious point of view. And I still had just as much love for Khalid Muhammad then as now, but we don't have that same level of leadership. Now you've got guys like Tariq Nasheed. You got guys like, what's his name, building the school. What's his name? King Kong Consciousness. God, what is that guy's? We were talking about him the other day, as a matter of fact, on another guy's channel. He's supposed to be building the school.
I can't think of his name either right now.
Oh, you mean the one? Let me see.
Dr. Umar.
Umar Johnson. Yeah, and we were talking about respect. Hold on, before I even go any further, I have got to give a shout out to not only one of the coolest YouTubers I know, but one of the best channels, solid platform, solid brother, honest. Came into the game a couple years before I did, but he came through some ups and downs. I've seen his progress, and that is LB, aka the Lonely Banter. Man, I'm honored to have this brother here. I'm glad he must either saw it on Twitter or maybe on the post or whatever. But guy, I tip my hat to you, and I'm really glad that you were able to make it over here, bro. Shout out.
Yeah.
So
Well, let me say this because I gotta go. What I'm saying right now, it ain't no theory to me. It's got to happen. You know what I mean? And I understand, but Slide on what you're saying. You're absolutely right. But that's the only way. If we see each other in a certain light, and the ones that wants to be in this certain, they want to put themselves in this certain group. They have to be on their own. This is how we roll. You don't want to roll with that. That's what we got to do. So that means that personally, we got to make decisions. Do we want this to work, or we don't want to work? And the ones who do not want to work keep on taking that money, and then they want to pick certain ones that they feel that they could be part of the movement. They got to go. We cannot follow them and everything. But let me get ready to do it because I gotta get my thing going. But I appreciate. Thank you so much for inviting me, Brother Slide Jones. Nice meeting you, everybody in the chat. Peace to y'all and your families.
Yes, sir, brother.
And even peace, even on the channel. I mean, even on the panel, peace to y'all and your families. Now I got to get going. Keep up the good work, and then if y'all still on, I'll be back because I'm
thanks for coming on, brother. Appreciate it.
Anytime, my pleasure.
Peace out, bro. Nice meeting you.
Likewise.
Right. But that was funny. He said that, and then too bad he'll be back. So if he be back and we still on, and more people show up, or we move it, I'll let them know, and then do this again and have more brothers up here. But like you said, I agree. I know I would want to talk about, how we be talking offline, Brother Slide,
Mm-hmm.
and me and Brother Slide offline have never argued. We had we gave each other the space and the floor to talk, and it's not been nothing. So I feel comfortable. Even with JT, we have talked offline, and other brothers, a lot of the sisters, offline. So if they had been here, we ought to get it in. But not now. Now even JT, he had left, and he brought that in because I know that was going to go there next. About now building, but now I'll start with the first one. As you said, Brother Sly, your family started from home and everything. Grand Rising, brother. Great evening. Oh, I already said great evening. Oh, that's an old message. Okay, no problem. Thank you, brother Banter. So with the home and knowing that your brother, you said the one man, he had a good structure, and you always found that when them brothers got together, they didn't follow through. It's years. There is no update. So if I had a business, this is my gain, this is my loss, this is what happened. For you, brother Slide, how do you feel about that when we as brothers just want to just not be supreme of other race? What are some micro things that you have done in your life that structured you to be where you at, to be strong man you are, strong black man you are, of your belief? What are some things that now these brothers might need to hear this? What have you done?
In my own personal life, it evolved from my military bearing that I learned in JROTC all the way up through my real military, up into what I learned in Fortune 500 America, being a supervisor in a company and learning the ins and outs of that, are what really helped me to grow as a leader, because I got to see two sides of it. I got to see the hardcore, in your face, physical, taxing, leadership. And I got to see the undercover, nasty, political side of leadership. And seeing both sides let me mold a certain vision for myself, my brand, my channel, my execution, how I maneuver. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm always keeping my head on a swivel. I'm always looking before I leap, so to speak. And I'm always having to move that way because I'm not very trusting of people that say I'll be there on time. I'm not very trusting of people that I can't just put my trust in people anymore. I always have to have a backup plan because 9 times out of 10, people will put their needs and their agendas ahead of my own. Even when it comes to working together, there's egos involved, there's jealousy involved, and if you can't look past those things, then no, you can't grow. And I listen to speakers like Shahrazad Ali and the rest, and she said it best, that when black people get together, the main thing they always say, no matter what, male, female, black, white, gay, straight, whatever, is, oh, we just should come together. Oh, we should just come and we should collaborate and we should communicate and cohabitate and all the tates. You know what I'm saying? We should just do it all. And it's not realistic. You know what I'm saying? Because we are tribalistic. We even came from tribes before we were ever so-called domesticated, or well, no, I don't even want to use that word. Let's use the word
I was
colonized.
like, hold on.
Yeah, let's use the word colonized. Before we were ever
Right.
colonized, you know what I'm saying? We were tribal. You know what I'm saying? You can't just step in my area and take our cattle. You know what I'm saying? That we feed off the grass that we cultivate.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna juke you the first time. The second time we might go to war. You know what I'm saying? We have dividing lines. You got the north side of the creek, we got the south side of the creek. You know what I'm saying? If you start migrating into my side, we got a problem. So we always handle stuff like that, but we were able to do it peacefully, Even I use Pakistan and India as an example. You
Mhm.
know, before India, before the British came, the Muslims, the Hindu, and the Christian all lived there together. One of the oldest churches on earth is found in India, one of the
Mhm.
oldest Christian churches. So, you know, you had 3, 4, 5, 8 different faiths, the Brahmins, you had you even had the Mongolians that would come over. So you had a lot of different cultures and beliefs right there in
Right.
that melting pot that lived together for centuries
Please.
before the white man came.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So I look at that as a model that yes, we can live together with these different
Right.
beliefs, but we also have to come forward in time and say, okay, black man, let's give you your land. Okay, let's give you your freedom. Let's use Haiti as an example. Okay, you fought for your freedom.
Mhm.
You got your freedom here. Now, who do you have educated enough to run the engineering jobs?
And we
Who do
have
you
that.
have?
We have. Yep.
But see, Haiti didn't have it when they got
Right.
their independence. They
Right.
didn't have school teachers. They didn't
Right.
have, you know, you were asking these people, it's like, okay, Negroes, you wanted your freedom, you got it. Now you got to run. These were people that never even knew how to crawl.
Right.
Now you're asking them not only walk, you're asking them to run. You know what I'm saying? So getting your freedom comes with the price. So you
Mhm.
go 20 years later after apartheid, what happens in South Africa? After apartheid is over, they have their freedom. All the educated people leave. And what are you
Mhm.
left with? Nobody to run the schools, nobody to run engineering, nobody to run the infrastructure. So, yes, you have your freedom. But again, you got
Right.
people that are crawling, that are still begging. And then the money left.
Mhm.
And then yes, you have your freedom, but then what? So for these people that are talking about black unity and black freedom and black liberation, they need to take that into account. Yeah, they can give us the whole state of Arizona, but if we don't have fresh drinking water, if we don't have infrastructure, if we don't have plumbing, we don't have electricity, if we don't have natural resources, if we don't have those things to sustain, we're still going to have to go back to the man and ask for things anyway.
Mhm.
So we're still not going to be free. We can take our reparations and buy a whole entire state. We can
Mhm.
have everything that they ever promised, our 40 acres, our mule, our reparations, and all those things. But if you look at our mentality now for what we received in not reparations, but what we received in those funky little things that Biden sent out for the stimulus. How many people put their stimulus to a good use? How many people put those loans, those PPP loans, to good use?
I say a lot, but I don't know. Everybody I know have used it for building businesses and structure because like we had that mind because we had a person that always can't say propagated information to them. So just say me and you, we are the beacon. It's like OJ always saying this. When I get this tax return or this stimuli, this blood bond, let me actually use it for something. That's what I say a lot. I say a good amount of people use that money, but now I'll get what you're saying though.
But
But
see, I'm just going by the people in my personal life.
right,
Like I have
right.
a
They use it
cousin,
for good money. Right.
right? No, I have a cousin that
Mm-hmm.
was supposed to move out on the first stimulus check. She
Mm-hmm.
got 3 and is still living at home with her mother.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, I
Mm-hmm.
know people in my personal life that have small businesses that had a
Mm-hmm.
lawnmower, a riding lawnmower, and 2 edgers that said,
Still.
okay, I'm
Mm-hmm.
gonna build my business. I'm gonna get some more trimmers. I'm gonna get some more stuff so I can upgrade my business. You look up 3, 4 stimuluses later, plus PPP loans, they still ain't got no new truck, got the same old equipment, same old customers, same old stuff. So like I say, you know, you can lead us to water, but you can't force us to drink it.
Right.
You can give us these resources, but you can't force us to come together because we're always going to have that little bit of tribalism, that little bit of I got to get mine. You know what I'm
But
saying? That little bit of competition and everything. And some competition is good. A little bit of healthy competition can
right.
push you forward. But it always seems like as brothers, we always, even in the comedy world, it's always Kevin Hart versus Dave Chappelle or Kevin Hart versus Cat Williams.
The
You know what I'm
unhealthy
saying?
way. The
Right.
unhealthy kind. Right.
Right.
Not
It's
the healthy.
always some kind of competition. Well, LeBron versus so and so. Well, this person's this and that person that, and you know, you pedestalize and idolize these guys.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? But in the meantime, while we're idolizing these guys, it's not doing effing all for
Nothing.
anything. in our
nothing good for us.
For us.
Right. So as us as a whole, we know that. That's why I say you broke it down. Well, you broke it up. You brought some information to the forefront and say, in your home, that's why Pacific is like we start. That's why I say Blackativity. My home is Blackativity. And what's Blackativity? That information I didn't know. You come to my home, you're gonna see a book, you're gonna see a shelf of books and me writing all my memoirs or my remnant or all the information that I know. So if I passed on right now, I left this vessel, you're gonna look at that shelf, that bookshelf right here, or this little spot where I got cut off in section, you're gonna say, oh, slide dropped off. You come back on. So I'm gonna finish off. Okay, he said be right back. Okay, cool. And so that little section right there, we're gonna keep it afloat. So when we got that section afloat, what I would, as we continue to talk on when Sly get back, and whoever else, if you want to come up, I will share the link. This is about this is for people. People keep saying they hearing the same thing over and over. Stuff I heard from Slide, and not even being funny myself, I don't hear over and over and over again. I don't. This brother, we go out in the community. I don't have pictures. Sorry, I wouldn't even want to show myself handing a man some money to go get a food. I don't feel that. That's just me. But we have solid proof, and I know it's true. He's shown me things. I've shown him things. We spoke it up. I give him information, not to discredit or to try to say, oh, man, we'll try to discredit my brother. He's like, yo, that really do exist in Buffalo. So the Habitat for Homes, that really do exist. So this brother have been working. And you call how many hours have this brother been working Habitat for Homes? Boom. That's like, wow, he really worked at 700 hours for Habitat Homes, not for him, so for other people. And that's what we're trying to get the young men to come to an understanding. Your Blackativity, so your integrity is based on you, not so much of a traditional view or a structure of a view. Your integral value is based on you, brothers. And so that's what me and Slide be talking about, that we have proof. And what we want to have tonight in panels over and over is now we want to send out that information. Like, just like, let's say now you work for the IRS. Why do you wait to give me or help people in your circle or people you know? Oh, you could avoid it, the tax. How could I avoid that? Thank you for telling me after you retire. And not being funny, it helps that generation now. But what about the generation that's helping that next generation? Can we have that information now? Why are we waiting so long? Is that integrity? Or is it that Brother Sly said? Is that person being selfish? As you stepped away, brother, I don't know if you heard me or not.
Right. Yeah, and I'm back, and it is selfish not to share that information, and like I say to these young brothers, they're not like we were. Right. You know what I'm saying? When and I know in my generation, we had Rodney King, we had a lot of things that woke us up. You know, just like how they got Ahmaud Arbery and things waking them up that they're angry about and asking questions about and not trusting the police. Right. And you know, just coming of age and being angry and upset and frustrated and all those things and trying to make sense of it all. And then being a young man full of testosterone, you know, then being a young man that got pimple on his face that likes girls. You know what I'm saying? So I put myself back in those shoes and think how hard it must be for a kid now that's probably coming from a rough situation, a single parent home, all the kind of peer pressure they're going through, the music they listen to. Because when The Chronic came out, The Chronic was about weed. And then 3 6 Mafia came out and they started talking about pills. And then, you know, Travis Scott and the rest of these guys started talking about popping mollies and the rest of this stuff. So now they just have everything. So we do have to be careful how we disseminate the information. We can't go over their heads. We can't be too wordy. We can't be too complicated. We can't try to be Malcolm X every time we have conversations with these young guys. And we better be careful who we correct, because it sounds real good on TV to sit here and say, yes, I'm going to correct my brother when he steps out of line. You know what I'm saying? But in real talk, if I know that my neighbor smokes weed, he's got $20 to his name, he takes 10 and buys a dime bag and spends the other 10 on Pampers, and I know that Pampers cost $15, that's not for me to tell him, hey, man, you should buy diapers for your baby, man. I know you like to smoke that stuff, man, but you know, that baby need Pampers, dog. That man might blow my head off.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? I can, try to be an example, but the only man that I feel like I can raise is my son. And I know there's a lot of people that will disagree with that in the Black community and say, reach one, teach one, and it's my responsibility.
But all you doing, brother, what you just said, all you doing is taking the information you know. I don't want him to blow my head off. It just say, here's what I learned. You want to go smoke yourself out? I'm not even going to bring that up. I'm going to say, but here's information I learned. So if you take the time out to do whatever you got to do after this, here's the information I learned. If you don't want to hear what I say, but anyway it go, but here's the information I learned. Now, when I get that to you, it's like a plate. You at the barbecue, right, brother? Do you want a hamburger? You want a hot dog? I put that on your plate. I don't have to blow up at you or nothing. All I got to do is take that hamburger or that hot dog, take it off my plate, and then I wanted some baked beans that was sitting over there that was taking up that spot, which all I got to do is take it off my plate and say thank you for that and give it to somebody who, since you touched it, hands, hopefully, like you saying, you're doing all the right things. Your hands clean, and we're not up there fighting. You ain't got to get mad. Take that away from me. Take that away. Boom. Get your pork and beans. That's all we want to do, brothers. That's all we want to do. Just like an introduction night. So it could be long or short, because the next time I would want to. I'm not ending it. I'm just saying. It's up to Sly. I don't know how much time he got.
I'm good, man. I'm enjoying the time, and like I say, man, and like I say, man, we always talk about the good and the positive, and and but we also have to deal with the practical and the real. We have to deal with the guys that some of them don't want to hear it. We got to deal with the hard heads and knuckleheads, the ones that don't have that moral compass. How do you reach them?
Just keep talking. If they come in, if a brother will click on my channel, your channel, Brother JT channel, they can be disagreeing or not. Guess what they're doing? They're still coming.
But these guys, though, for lack of a better term, and I know this is your platform, I usually try not to use too much salty language, but these guys that will disagree and not come on the platform, or will hit the dislike and not say anything in the comments, I think they're kind of pussy. Because if you're going to be a man and you've got an idea, this is the place to put it out there. Right. You know what I'm saying? There's enough Black female beef sector, whatever platforms, or if you want to hear people argue, if you want to hear people curse and complain and don't never have anything good to say, there's 1,000 channels like that. So people should be glad that there is an alternative where they can hear a different point of view, and a male point of view, from a straight male point of view, from a straight Black male point of view, a straight Black male point of view that's not a hotep, that's not a extreme religious one way or the other. I'm always right, and if you don't see my point of view, you can get off my platform. There's too many guys like that.
Right.
And I feel like we all need a place where we can go and just kind of have a safe haven, a place where we can all chill, where, again, we can even get a little heated if we have to, but we don't have to hate each other. It ain't no hate involved, but we can be passionate, because that's how you sharpen your sword. We can have anybody just come up here and dull our swords. Right. You know what I'm saying? But if you've got something impactful to say or something to add to the conversation, if you want to comment on the things that you've heard tonight, jump in the chat. The StreamYard is out here. The chat is free. Yes. So
jump in the chat. We'll hit that link. If you see the link, come on. I welcome. No, not even like I will be honest. I will welcome all those people that is against, that say Brother Sly and his belief. Let's talk. We don't have to, we're gonna talk about the beliefs, but we're gonna talk to each other as people, as a being. Respect. And if you get, I don't have to disrespect Sly because we don't agree to disagree or have no agreements to even have a disagreement because I don't believe in something. We don't even talking the same thing. We have to get understanding. Even in that, I ain't gonna hate Sly for that. You see what I'm
Right,
saying?
because like for instance, and I'll give you guys an example. Otho and I have very, very different views on marijuana.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Like very polar opposite
Yes.
views on marijuana because I see the medicinal uses. I see it as a plant, a herb, something natural from the earth that
Mm-hmm.
was given to us.
And I
Just
forgot
like,
about it. Mm-hmm.
just like how chamomile can help you relax, just like how green tea can give you energy, just how like chocolate, can help you give you euphoria and help with depression and stuff like that. I feel like the properties in marijuana, when not being abused, what I'm saying, can add to those medicinal effects as far as treating anxiety, depression, weight loss, wasting. If you're a cancer patient, if you have any kind of problem with appetite, glaucoma, all those things. So I see more benefits than negatives, but I do
Mm-hmm.
see the negativity that all drugs, when abused, have had on our community. So I can't sit here and play dumb and act like I don't see the negativity where it's being abused or when people are not paying their bills or, anybody that has health issues or something like that. But for a healthy adult that's financially stable, mentally stable, that wants to use marijuana as a recreational drug, I don't see a problem with it.
Yeah. Oh, well, my thing, I hate the smell. That was my thing. I hate the smell. And if somebody using it solely, I would say, even with that, there's a like everybody, people smoke cigarettes. I even think that cigarettes, not policed. I spelled the board wrong. All aboard. I just noticed that. But even with that, I will look at it and say, okay, smoke your marijuana, smoke your cigarettes. But the smoke and the smell is there. Let's have areas like a station where they smoke, because that's still smoke in the air, even though cars give off smoke. They even working on that. I think next year or this year, California have banned their vehicles that give off regular toxic. It has to be the hybrid or the electric cars now. I don't know if you knew that, Brother Sly. That just came
Yeah,
to my
yeah,
head.
yeah. California emission standards have always been the strictest in America. Matter of
Yeah.
fact, if you own a car that was manufactured in California, if you've ever had to change out a catalytic converter or anything like that, then
Uh-huh.
you know that California emission standards are freaking nuts. It's a better running car though because it
Mm-hmm.
has more standards. But yeah, man, California emission standards have always been ridiculous. And I've always driven sports cars, and the one that I had that had California parts, it cost me an arm and a leg.
Right. Right. So, like, even with that, like, it's the respect of things. And also, I tell people, and it's about to get in, it's not a question, but it's going to lead into one. I always have going into integrity or we're going to call it blackativity. I can't believe I spelled all the board wrong. I haven't noticed it till now. That's horrible. But okay. So, I'm about to change it after I get done, like when you start talking.
Yeah, you were smoking.
I know I was smoking. No, don't tell me why I'm smoking. No. That goes even that goes in. Oh, now okay. Now we're gonna get a little talk about black activity and integrity. One lady told me, OJ, why don't you go the other race? You were scared. Oh, this is what I want to talk about too, with the smoking and stuff. She said, you scared to go to other race because you're scared about what people think about you. And I kept trying to explain to her, my Blackativity in me don't allow me to go to other race women. But she couldn't phantom that because the way I talk. And I said, no, just don't allow me.
Ooh, so we're going into swirling now. Okay, so we're going to turn this curve into talking about Black romance, specifically swirling.
Real quick, because it wasn't a swirl. She said I should do that in the own because it came to my mind, and I ain't gonna lie, I took a break and I was feeling good the last 2 days, so I ain't think about it no more, and it just popped back in my mind. I don't know what for some odd reason.
So you were encouraged to swirl.
Yeah, I'm encouraged to swirl by Black women.
Ooh. Oh wow! Now I really want to hear from the audience. Now, if I saw Raining Woman come in, Raining, long time no see. Yeah, long time no see, sis. Glad to have you here. If you'd like to join the chat, please hit that StreamYard link. LB, again, we have a YouTube celebrity in the house. We have the Lonely Banter. If you want to join the chat, brother, feel welcome. But encourage to swirl. Now, I've heard that before because I am a medium to brown, light-skinned man, and the way that I
chocolate,
huh?
You chocolate?
No, not at all.
You look chocolate.
No. This picture is no. I explained earlier. That's Khalid Muhammad.
Oh, I'm about to say.
Yeah. That's brother. That's brother Khalid Muhammad. No, that's the guy that woke me up. Before there was a woke movement. I've been woke since 1993. That brother woke me up. He left the Nation of Islam because he was too radical for the nation. Okay. His message for Black unity and Black power was the strongest one. It was one I'd never heard before or since. And he's somebody who I honor. He's somebody whose memory I cherish. And we talking about Veterans Day, that's a real veteran right there. Okay. Dr. Khalid Muhammad. He was a veteran in these streets for Black men. He was one of the founders of the Million Man March. You know what I'm saying? Even his son right now is a millionaire from being a scholar and entrepreneur and everything. You will never really hear from his son, but he set his son up, you know, and his son is not really in the nation or any of that stuff either. Because I really believe the nation had him off the same way they did Brother Malcolm X. I hate to say that, but my brand of Islam that I believe in, which is Shia, is not the same as what Farrakhan and them believe. And Malcolm got to see the difference too when he left and went to Mecca. So, you know, anyway, but you were talking about the swirl and being encouraged to swirl. The young brothers now have evolved to where my uncles and them, all they knew was sports and cars and sports. Right. You know what I'm saying? But now you got young brothers that are into Marvel and anime and comic books and toy collectors and all these different interests now. Like you said, cycling. You know, back in the New Jack City era, you didn't have brothers riding. You didn't have brothers that were cycling for fun. They only rode bikes for transportation.
Right. So you had some. You had then that's the one that got picked on.
Yeah, you know, of course.
Yeah, he got picked on a little bit. Not too bad.
Yeah,
they make it seem like they got picked on, like it was the most destructive thing. You would have to listen to some of these brothers. They usually become conservatives or the liberals that defend the other side. Don't matter when they're wrong or right. And I tell them like, man, y'all have some really serial. I get it. I got picked on. My name Otho. But it wasn't that bad, dude. I'm sorry. It wasn't that bad. Sometimes you might have singled yourself out. And I tell them that. I think you singled yourself out because of that. And that's on you. But that's not, you can't be mad at them. But what you singled, you didn't come outside. Right. They invite you to party. But again, I don't want to go. So,
but being encouraged though. I heard that. And I'm gonna tell you why, Otho, what happened. To LB and the other brothers out there. Right. We evolved. There was a point between the Turtles, between Transformers and Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, where we evolved. Somewhere between Pokemon and Naruto, we evolved. I'm not sure exactly when that year was, but we crossed over into saying it's okay to play games other than Madden. It's
Right,
okay to
right.
play games other than NBA 2K. You know what I'm saying? There are other forms of entertainment out there besides booty shake videos, BET, and Tyler Perry movies.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? And the brothers embraced it and went out and said, "Yay, we have Star Wars, we have Marvel, we have all these other things, and we're happy." You know what I'm saying? We're
Right.
enjoying it. We even have more brothers in the movies. You know, Chadwick Boseman and Killmonger. You know, the whole thing. The sisters still have not caught up yet. They're still with the
Mm-hmm.
sister girl, Wu Chow, and the BET, the Tyler Perry, the long eyelashes, the fake baby hair edges. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
My WAP is good. All the black men that like white girls because they
But
freak.
that's similar to our kind of our what we're talking about in the Blackativity is that's similar. And now the young men, like you were saying, they watching Marvel, we watching anime, but we always watched it. I watched it when I was a little kid,
But
watching
we're
Dragon Ball.
open with it now. But back
Right,
then,
right, we open.
our uncles, if they watch it in a closet in a back room somewhere with an old
Right,
VHS.
right, right,
But their homies would not see them watching Goku. You know what I'm
right.
saying? Their homies would sit there and let them, watching those Spider-Man and Hulk and
Uh,
Iron Man and all that kind of stuff, or reading no comic books and stuff. I mean, I came up in a military town,
mhm,
so it was a little more tolerant. But when I went to the hood and tried to talk about Megatron and all this other stuff, they looked at me like
mhm.
I lost my mind. You know what I'm saying? And the girls were more on the side of, you know what I'm saying? They don't use their imagination. They don't
Right,
think
right.
outside the box or none of that stuff. Everything has to be practical. You slept with my man and he likes girls, but she likes boys, but she likes girls and he likes boys and all that silly shit. And at the end of it, there's like this dumbing down of everything. And a lot of
Hmm.
times when I talk to sisters, I have to feel like I have to dumb myself down to relate, and I don't want to feel like I have to do that.
I never
You know,
did that. I never feel like I did. I love when they say I want a more intelligent man. You say, all
they
right, I'm
say
gonna
that
stop.
that
Yeah.
sounds good until you
Until
start
you
saying some
start.
real intelligent shit, and then they just can't really relate. They just sit there and give you this spaced out, this space ghost look, this blonde hair, like a little blonde white girl. They kind of go blonde on you, and it's like, whoa, okay. So let me go on back to the Tyler Perry, the Wu Child stuff, the things they can relate to, the songs on the radio, you know, sports, and just the simple Simon stuff. We can't get too complicated. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
I mean, there are sisters that you can, but even the educated sisters that I know with a bachelor's and up still hang on to that sister girl, three snaps, neck roll, home girl vernacular.
It's still hard. It's still hard and rough on the eyes, which I enjoy it because that's a black activity, but they weaponized it as accept me, even if I'm in a place or in a position where I shouldn't be acting that way. And I understand exactly what you're saying, and that's what I'm saying. Well, we in a place where you shouldn't wear spandex pants, but you're wearing spandex pants. That's showing all
Ooh.
your goodness, and
While you
so
speaking on
it's
that, man, I got to briefly step away again, but go ahead and
okay.
keep speaking on that. I'll be right
Okay.
back.
Okay. So we was touching on it. So getting with that, I enjoy my black activity. I love when the black woman is staying who she is. She's not running away for who she is. And us brothers accepting it. I think it's a crosshair movement because we caught in the crosshairs right now. And what I mean caught in the crosshairs is when a brother say he don't agree with her blonde hair. I don't think that he's saying he don't care about her just because she's wearing blonde hair. And that's the crosshair because now you got the echo chamber saying, see, he a black man. There you go, talk about hair. Don't matter what we do. But that was already known that he felt that way about her with blonde hair. But the argument and the beef is, so since you don't like that, you might as well not date them and leave them alone. Go to, well, I don't like blonde hair, so that means blonde hair on anyone if it's not natural. It's more of a naturalness. We enjoy, my Blackativity is enjoying the naturalness of who I am. And when I come to forefront to present myself, my Blackativity is, this is me as Otho Williams Jr. This is me. I don't have to. I don't want the woman. I don't want women to go around changing themselves just to fit into a man's life, another man's life. I would love for women to enjoy who they are. So if your hair was black, jet black, enjoy your jet black hair. It didn't come with chemicals in it. So for the young men, you can act and speak and talk a certain way, but also at the same time, be who you are. But some things are not appropriate. Showing your drawers or, oh, they go raining on one woman. Oh, she got her mic mute. Hey, she's on her mic mute. She gonna talk in a minute. You'll hear her lovely voice. Here's Raining One Woman. I'm gonna put her link. And before you jump on us, we having fun tonight too. I'm just saying that fun side. We gonna have fun. Can you let people know who you are? And I'm gonna post her channel and the thing, what your channel represent. Then she can start whooping us.
Whip you right on into shape.
Yes, ma'am.
First of all, good evening, Otho, and good evening, Slide. Thank
Good
you for
evening.
allowing me on. I'm a little late into the conversation, so it's going to take me a little bit of time to kind of catch up with things.
Cool.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right, but I'm here for the fun, sure. I'm also let me put my disclaimer out there for the evening. Y'all know it's
All
Veterans
right.
Day, and I am a veteran. And
Uh-oh.
so I went and got my free meal with one of my army buddies, and I'm a little stuffed because I did not use moderation. So I'm stuffed and I'm sleepy, and Itis is definitely, tapping me on the
Mm-hmm.
shoulder.
You better stay up, soldier.
Put
Beat,
on
beat,
board.
beat your face. Beat your face.
Okay.
Get online.
Get in line, right? I got in line with that fork and that spoon. Okay, that's what I did.
Feel you.
Right. I hope
Shalom.
everybody, as she said, as you in the service and family in the service, you got to go with them. Hope everybody enjoyed the day. I forgot to say that. That's my apology.
For sure.
I'm
For
happy you
sure.
enjoyed your day. And hoorah, Rainer Room Woman.
Thank you. Yeah, well, it was good for me to it's always good for me to get together and do this with one of my army buddies. I actually a guy that I was in my unit,
Mm-hmm.
we're both here in Houston. And so that's kind of been our thing on Veterans Day every year, is to try to get together and go to the Golden Corral
Mm-hmm.
and have our jokes and stuff. And it's a hoot. I can't believe
Okay.
it's funny because sometimes I can't believe that I actually went to war with that guy.
Hmm.
Because together we're two
Mm-hmm.
clowns.
Okay.
And yeah, so I don't know if you'd really feel safe with us together.
Hmm. What was your
Hey.
MOS?
I
Mm-hmm.
was supply and ammo specialist.
Oh, okay. That's cool.
Oh, she handed me my ammo when we was out there. Okay.
Oh, you too. Oh, thank you for your service,
Thank
bro.
you. Yeah, no problem.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Happy
Welcome.
Veterans Day.
You couldn't
Yes,
tell he was
I.
a you couldn't tell he was a jarhead. It wasn't obvious.
You call him a jarhead? You called him a
Yeah,
jarhead?
jarhead, devil dog, leather neck.
So you're Marine
Other.
Corps?
Mm-hmm. Yes, ma'am.
The
and,
US the USMC, we gotta
USMC.
definitely
and see, we
give respect to the Marine Corps because those guys,
I know
those servicemen are really and truly,
We was
truly
all right. We was
hardcore.
they
all
they,
right.
they,
We was
they
all
they
right.
needed them 12 weeks of basic. We only needed 8. They needed them 12.
Our basic didn't know when we got done with boot camp. Our basic Yeah, we was Marines, but we went to A school. That was almost a month, and then we went to like I don't know what you call it, something with line school. So no, it was more than that. See, they don't tell you
Mm-hmm.
that. See, that's in them dots that I read that normally people didn't read. I was like, oh yeah, it's longer than some 3 months. It sounds like it's 3 months because people say boot camp and usually they're done. No, our boot camp wasn't done. It wasn't boot camp no more, but he wasn't done. So if you was infantry, it was almost as that type of style what we call boot camp. It never ended.
Mm-hmm.
That's how they learned.
Yeah, one station unit training
Yeah, that's
for
all they
Uncle
did.
for Uncle
Yep.
Sam's misguided children.
Whatever.
That's all.
Yeah,
Good.
we got on the topic on I was encouraged to swirl.
Yeah. I wanted to. Yeah, that's a great discussion. When you mentioned that earlier, I was talking about our evolution from where we were just tough guys, thugs. Even the movies. Name name 2 movies that had a positive depiction of black men from 1983 to 1996 that wasn't named Beverly Hills Cop or Leonard Part 6. You know what I'm saying? There was really no heroic depiction of a black man unless he was a cop or a soldier or whatever. There was no black superheroes until
Like in the
late.
house, like a guy that lived at home that was like
Right.
a
Well,
father or something.
I mean, there was TV show, there was Family Matters and Cosby Show, but there was no movies.
Don't forget Rock.
Yeah, and Rock. Yeah, of course. Yeah, TV network stuff all
Crooklyn.
copied each other.
Crooklyn.
Yeah.
Soul Man.
Yeah, PJs, if you want to go there.
Yeah.
Robin
Of
Harris.
course, we got Cosby Show.
Right, but if we talk about strictly movies in Hollywood, though,
I
we
can't
had
think of any movies.
we had New Jack City.
I'm gonna get you, sucker.
Yeah, and like again, not really a positive
I know.
black depiction of positive black role models or anything like that. Even the action movies really didn't have like a cool black action star. Not until maybe like the Mighty Quinn when Denzel really first started. But I really can't even think of none then except maybe Blade with Wesley Snipes.
Right.
But young black men weren't really into that kind of stuff back then in the early 90s and stuff. But again, that evolution happened, and then the girls didn't catch up. The boys are liking all this crazy stuff and playing on computers, and the girls are still into hair and makeup. They're still into fashion. They're still into red bottom shoes. They're still into Prada bags and Fendi and all this stuff, which is cool. But now there's a disconnect, and I feel like guys like us that speak a certain way, like certain things, people automatically assume, oh, I know you like white girls, don't you? Wink, wink.
Mm-hmm.
You like that white girl, don't you? And I've worked at jobs and guys are like, wink, wink, nudge, nudge with the white girl thing. I'm like, no, like what? Like, oh, I bet he's a coon. Yeah, you like them white girls. Like, no, I'm not a coon. No, none of that.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? We might speak the same language because she saw that episode of My Hero Academia last night that we've all been waiting on from Japan, you know what I'm saying, for 6 months. So yeah, we got something to relate to, but I'm not trying to F her because we both like the same show.
Mm-hmm.
I could easily talk about Real Housewives of what the hell, but I don't watch that, so I'm not gonna get the same.
I know we got a lady here. I'm not cutting you off.
Right.
But when a lady watch anime, they usually kind of like a teacher. They kind of like them freaky women. So they usually, that's where they get, they like sit in the house by themselves. They're bored or they're into that stuff. That's kind of, I'm gonna lie, it's kind of a turn on a little bit because it's not talking about Desperate Housewives of Atlanta or their rappers of hip hop. I'm being funny, but it's like I do enjoy that they know that's a turn on, but not like sexual turn on.
And the thing is, it's not mandatory.
Yeah.
But how do you feel about it, sis? Like, you have these progressive brothers out here. Soul Man. Oh my God, that was just, oh man, that was the most. That was degrading. I don't even know what happened to the actor that was in that movie. I seen him in that one thing, and I don't remember seeing him in nothing after that. But Reigning Woman, hearing us brothers talk, is it sour grapes? Do we sound like we're whining? Do we need to just suck it up? What do you think?
Well, from what I'm hearing so far, no, I don't feel like you're whining. I feel like you are sharing your opinion and your experiences. And from my opinion, right now, you're sharing them from a healthy place. So there's a difference between sharing your opinion and your experience and from a healthy place and being whiny and being crybaby-ish and wimpish and feminine.
Right, because see,
You know.
but when we go to but when we go to panels though, because we are single men, we are masculine men, we are
Mhm.
soldiers, we are
Mhm.
protectors, we are what I would consider good, by definition, good men. We're not criminals, and we do things in our community to make it a better
Mhm.
place for everybody around us.
Mhm.
You know what I'm saying? But when we talk to ladies in their chats, whether they do tarot, whether they be into spirituality, whether they be prior abuse victims, no matter what it is that they're discussing,
Mhm.
there's always like this anger or this edge against brothers. And when we come in and give our opinion like we are here, we're
Mhm.
either gay, we hate our mothers, we hate black women, we get labeled we're misogynist. You know what I'm saying? Or we're toxic. So it's hard for us being single men going in these environments and being labeled all these things.
Well, I think when that happens, you just simply might be entering the wrong environment. And when you enter the wrong environment, I mean, you're going to get these kind of different misperceptions and things like that because these certain environments have a narrative that they run with, that they have built their audience on, and that they have pretty much built their existence on. And so you can't really change that atmosphere. You know what I'm saying? Like you just can't. So you just need to go change the You need to go into a different atmosphere. And that's all I can say to that. And same thing for me. As a black woman who is heterosexual, who is natural woman, right? And I am unscarred. I don't have a lot of baggage that a lot of that is the complaint of most men that have complaints, right?
Right.
Then if I enter an atmosphere where there's a lot of venting about the baggages and things that they're complaining about or whatever, the only thing I can end up doing is saying, well, if I'm going to say anything, oh, and not all women, not all women, not all women, because I'm speaking about me, right? But that
Hmm.
doesn't change the atmosphere. So if I'm met with some animosity, or if I'm met with some resistance, I have to understand it's because of the atmosphere that I'm in. That is just not intended for me. And
Right.
I mean, it is what it is. It is what it is.
But the weird part though, Raining, is that we're kind of invited. Like they're telling us that they want a good man. They're telling us what they're looking for in a
Mhm.
good man. But they're discussing it with other women,
Mhm.
their lesbian friends, and
Mhm.
simps. You know what I'm saying? So it's almost like they're too intimidated to allow a heterosexual, straight dude into
Mhm.
their beehive of comfort
Mhm.
because they're comfortable in that negativity. They're
Mhm.
comfortable in that beehive. They're comfortable in
Mhm.
that, get them, girl. You know what I'm
They're not ready
saying?
for you. They're
Right.
well, then they're just not ready for you.
But we try though. You know what I'm saying? It's not that
Mhm.
we're just going in to take over. We're venturing out. You know what I'm
Mhm.
saying? We're going out of our comfort zone, trying to understand, like, babe, what do y'all want? Like, we're
Mhm.
trying. We're trying. You know what I'm saying? Ain't no lack of cash. Ain't no lack of dick. Ain't no lack of ain't no lack of roof over our head. You
Mhm.
know what I'm saying? So it's
Mhm.
not like we're looking for no woman to live with. We're not looking for you to wash our drawers. Our washing machine works just fine without you having to
Mhm.
do that. I have a dishwasher. As a matter of
Mhm.
fact, you don't have to come to my house and do none of that domestic stuff. You know what I'm saying? But the
Mhm.
assumption is, oh, if I get a man, he gonna come in my house and I gotta live by his rules and be a slave and he gonna tell me what to do and all this. And I'm like, no, it's not like that. And when we try to tell them it's not, they're like, well, where I live, it ain't no good men. They all gay. They all this. And I'm like, no, it ain't like that. We try to tell them, babe. We try.
Hmm.
We try. Otho tries.
They're not
You know,
ready.
Right.
They're
And we,
they're
we
not
go in
ready.
there, like Rainer Woman said, about things she experienced, and she's one of those ladies that probably get overlooked. And I would want to do like when we started doing the weekly segments, do a dating show, like one of the real ones, not like the ones when it's just like all jokes, like some seriousness, a lot of
Hmm.
serious and little joke, but more serious,
Yeah.
where people can come together and say, like, even a YouTuber, all these
Hmm.
YouTubers, I don't know people lying. I am single. Slide is single. We don't have women on our line because we don't play that nonsense. So when
Hmm.
women say, where is those men at? Then they had another stipulations, like the one, like Little Duval said, there's a lot of Russell Wilsons out there. But then all the
Hmm.
women, mainly
Hmm.
IRAs, kept saying they don't got money, so they're not Russell Wilson. That statement. But
Oh
Luke
my goodness.
Duval, then he finally wrote in the comment after he let all them comment, he say, y'all missed the whole message. He keep telling you
Right.
there are Russell
Well, let's
Wilsons
be
out here.
honest. I'll be
Right.
honest with you.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, there are a lot of women that would not, a lot of black women that would not have given Russell Wilson a second look.
Exactly.
If they wouldn't have, so while they're all celebrating Sierra, and level up, level up,
Mm-hmm.
a lot of them would not have given him a second look because he is not just progressive, but let's be real. He's an intellect, he's driven, he's self-made for the most part,
Mm-hmm.
and he's also, what would they say? He's also a square.
Square. Yep. Angela
Now,
Bassett husband. Angela
now,
Bassett husband. Mm-hmm.
now, albeit being a quote unquote square, it that does not that's a big shadow over his overall personality that
Mm-hmm.
could be completely missed because of what they're looking for on the outside, right?
Outside, right.
So then I would say this: they're not even worthy of a Russell Wilson.
Can't tell them that. That's what Little Duval got at. He said, y'all missed it, went over their head. It went straight over their head. He let them know that. They still try to argue with him.
So, well, they're just simply, again, they're just not ready. They're either
Mm-hmm.
not ready or they're not willing or both. A lot of people, both men and women, are married to their complaints.
Mm-hmm.
And so much so where the very types of men and women they say they want to be with and they want to build a life with, they think they're so far removed from reality that they never prepare themselves for it.
Mm.
So they never, because in all honesty, they never expect to meet that person, that type of person.
Nope. They
And
won't
so
try.
exactly, so it's so much easier to just be whoever you are at the moment that doesn't require any change of preparation for the type of person that you want so that you can stay married to your complaint and then
Mm.
get along with other people that have the same or similar complaints and just have your little pity parties together.
I am so glad you said that because that is the fear that sisters have, not that brothers have. Because brothers have very few places to be able to come together and voice their concerns.
Mhm. Mhm.
But
Only
that's the
fear I
fear.
have is I won't shoot the club up.
Oh wow.
So
Well,
what?
well,
No,
what
it's a
the fear?
joke. It's a
What the
joke.
fear?
It's a
I know
joke.
the fear that I was talking about though was of a guy like Kevin Samuels.
Mhm.
Women
Mm-hmm.
think that the men that listen to him are all a bunch of hypersexual incels that don't love women, that have this caveman mentality and
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
all of that, but they won't listen to the things that he's saying that are absolutely true about the statistics that involve black families. where the black family was in the 60s compared to where they are now, how the
Mhm.
welfare system and child support and all those other government functions have divided the black family. The sisters, all that come on his platform, even when he says a point that's true, that instead of them saying, okay, I agree with you, that point is true, you proved it with statistics and facts, they're going to say, I heard you.
Mhm.
And I find myself even talking to ex-girlfriends now, if I talk to them about Islam or talk to them about politics or religion, they weren't groomed to discuss those things. So everything is, I heard you.
Mhm.
Well, really, I disagree. But okay, what is it that you disagree with? I can't really say what it is I disagree with. I just disagree.
Right.
Mhm.
And then we're at an impasse again where we have this division again because I love my sisters. I want to be with you. I want you to understand me. But
Mhm.
it's like this disconnect because if you've been told your whole life, don't discuss politics or religion, people might get offended. I'm
Mm-hmm.
the kind of guy that doesn't
Mhm.
have any boundaries like that.
Mhm.
I want to talk about it all so that way if we do have kids, we'll know how to raise them.
Mhm.
We'll know.
Yeah.
I don't want to fuss about are they Catholic or Protestant? Are they going to be Muslim or Hebrew? Are they going to be this or
Right.
that or whatever? And then they'll be confused.
Exactly.
If we're going to build a foundation in a home, let's start from the head and work our way down. And some women that I talk to think that's slavery. When it comes to vows, I'm like, what
Mhm.
happened to love, honor, and obey? They're like, oh, you can cherish and you can love and you can honor and you can pedestalize and you can do all this other stuff.
Mhm.
But when it comes to obey, it's like, well, I'm taking that out of my vow. I ain't obeying that nigga. And I'm
Mhm.
like, okay, so we're right
So
back
they're
to
not
square one
ready.
again.
Right.
But a
And so
lot of men
then
allow
they're
that
just
woman
not
to
ready.
happen because women that say this, and I don't use that real quick, Miss Rainer Room woman.
Mhm.
They say happy life, happy wife. I say no.
Mm.
They're like, what you mean no? I say, what about happy spouse, happy house?
Ooh,
It's like, why would
I've
I?
never heard that. But I love that.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Never heard happy spouse, happy
Yeah,
house.
Mm.
because where they say that everything is really supposed to be this male driven stuff, the black home has been a matriarchy for the past 50, 60 years.
Yeah.
To where the Bible says the man is the head of the household. The women have been the spiritual teachers in the household.
Yes.
You know what I'm
Mhm.
saying? There was a
Mhm.
flip
Mm-hmm.
flop of values that happened. Blacks were conservative in the 60s and 70s. We weren't progressive liberals. You know what I'm saying? Martin Luther King Jr. was a conservative. Malcolm X was as conservative as they came. You know what I'm saying? Even the
Mm-hmm.
so-called liberal party back then, the Dixiecrats were just Republicans who flipped parties because even the Republican Party at the time had became too progressive after Kennedy.
Mm-hmm.
So everything repeats itself. None of this stuff is new. It's just
Mhm.
how do we maneuver in it now? Because again, as black men, we're begging, we're saying, sisters, we want you, we need you. You know what I'm saying? Come back home. And the sisters saying, nigga, you ain't shit. You know what I'm saying? The sisters are saying, where's the money? You don't make enough money.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? The
And
sisters are
then
saying, you're too effeminate. The sisters are saying, well, you got us pregnant and you left the home, and all this kind of stuff. And it's like, no, we have to all take accountability for our part in the game.
mhm.
You know what I'm saying?
Well, some of us I think are getting stuck in the complaints and the statistics
Mhm.
to where who we really are as a person and where we are in our own generation gets lost, and it gets lost in the conversation because we get stuck in talking about narratives, statistics, and the past. I, and what do you do with that? I can't honestly. I press for me as a woman, frankly, I cannot base what I'm going to do in a household based upon statistics or based upon um, the past, or based upon a political history, or and God forbid go all the way back to slavery. I have
Mm-hmm.
to make my decision about what I'm going to be and how I'm going to contribute to the household based upon my existence today.
Right.
The statistics are can be used as like a measure,
A measuring stick.
or as a note, but not as
Coffee.
part of my standard and
Mhm.
where it dominates my conversation.
Right.
Right. But when I go to certain sectors,
Mhm.
that's what I hear. And maybe I'm jaded because as a YouTube content creator and being a person who doesn't watch network television, I mostly watch news, documentaries, and other creators. And
Mhm.
a lot of creators I watch happen to be 75% black females. And when you hear so many, like you say, the complaints, not just the complaints from like the Kevin Samuels followers of men, but just the
Mm-hmm.
women in general that think that every black man that swirls goes with a white woman because she's obviously a freak, you know what I'm saying? Or she's doing things that the sister won't do. And, but she's going with him because he got money, you always hear these things. And I'm like, no, it's not like that, sister. But if you want to believe that,
Mhm.
that's fine, but I'm trying to tell them like it's not like that. Not for
Mhm.
some. It may not be with that white supremacy stuff. It might be for some. But
Mhm.
I'm the kind of person that I've always been an old romantic and I always believed in love. I always believe that love
Yeah.
conquers all. I
Oh
believe
yeah.
that
Mm-hmm.
religion is supposed to be based in love. I believe that romance and attraction and all those things are based in love. You know what I'm saying? I feel like love makes the world go round. And when there's a lack of actual love, there is nothing. There's nothing but sex, lust, attraction.
Mhm.
There's what can you do for me now?
Materialism.
Mhm.
Materialism. There's instant gratification.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
But go ahead.
I think time. I think our time is too short to try to convince people about who we're not versus telling them of who we are, or allowing ourselves to get caught up in circular conversations
Mm-hmm.
and discussions as a group with not all men, not all women, not all the time, versus this is who I am. I can't even speak about everybody else.
Right.
I don't even, I'm not, because at the end of the day, you know what? I'm not bringing everybody else to the table. I'm only bringing me.
Right. So if
So,
somebody say,
what
"What do you
concerns do
bring to
you
the
have?
table?"
Yeah, so what
Go ahead. Go ahead.
concerns
Go.
do
No, I didn't cut you off. Go ahead. Go ahead.
so what concerns do you have about
Mm-hmm.
what I am coming to the table with and who I am,
Mm-hmm.
and what concerns would you like to discuss about who you are and what you bring to the table.
Mm-hmm.
After we discuss that and get that situated, maybe then we can talk about, all the others and the statistics, but to make the main part of the conversation is kind of like making cake your primary course, your primary meal instead of dessert.
But that's a comfort though, because after you've heard the same thing from your aunties and uncles and all the elders for so many years over and over and over, it kind of gets drilled into you almost like brainwashing. And part of
Yeah.
what we have to learn is unbrainwashing some of the
Mhm.
things, some of the unfortunate things that we were taught, what I'm
Mhm.
saying, that were wrong. What I'm saying, that came from a place of hurt, not just slavery, but there were other sources of hurt for our elders that they went through that they rubbed off on us. So, I when I mention the past and stuff like that, it's more a point of reference to where we are now, because history does repeat itself cycle after cycle over and over. And like you say, we get into these cyclical conversations and then we're saying the same things and then we get
Mhm.
comfortable because we're in our thought bubble. The,
Mhm.
the thing that I've been bugging Otho about these past 3 or 4 days about doing this chat was that I know that he and I build on each other because we do have a difference in opinion on so many things when it comes to religion, when it comes to drugs, when it comes to certain political things, but we are still building. And we're
Mhm.
not
Love it.
patting each other on the back. We're not jerking each other off. Well, yeah, man, you're good. No, you're good. Oh, you're good. No, no,
Come on.
we don't. That's not necessary. You know what I'm
Yes.
saying? Because the audience will judge, and the people will come. His platform
Right.
will grow, and there will be more
Yes.
like-minded people that are willing to share on Twitter, that are willing to share on Facebook, that are willing to share on Reddit and other platforms, and get the message out there and get more like-minded people together that are not in lockstep, that don't
Yeah.
all have the same hairdo, that don't all wear the same tennis shoes, that don't wear the same
Right.
skinny
Huh.
jeans, that don't wear the same tights, that don't wear the same wigs, that don't wear the same eyelashes, that don't listen to everything that Jada Pinkett has to say, that don't listen to
Yeah.
everything that Will Smith has to
Right.
say.
Because that's not
You
their
know, that
house. That's not their
right.
household. Ain't
Right,
a
that don't
rumor was
model their
said.
lives after these people. You
Yeah.
know what I'm
Mhm.
saying? That are able to think outside the box, not come into a conversation with anger and feelings, but able to
Mhm.
listen to everybody's point of view and then bring their own. And then everybody can say, "Whoo, you know what? That was awesome. That was cool." Call other
Right.
people on the phone and say, "Well, did you hear this chat? Well, it was different. It wasn't just that same old woo child shit. You know, it was, two brothers actually building that weren't blaming black women for the problems of the world."
Mhm.
You know what I'm saying? That aren't angry and bitter and frustrated about the white man. You know what I'm saying? I don't even think we've really even brought up white people maybe 2, 3 times in this whole discussion.
Oh no, that wasn't our
Mhm.
MO. They see
And
the
we didn't.
titles called Blackativity. Like we got Blackativity. Okay, if you swirl or you tell a man, like we gonna get into a little bit about saying that to us. But it's about blackness. I enjoy my blackness. It was different
Right.
from other households that wasn't black. I actually enjoy that. Like I was poor. I don't enjoy being poor, both. I'm saying that, but that how all black mothers hollered at their kids the same way. Bring your black hair. And it wasn't, mommy used a cuss word. No, that's how go to
Hell
his
no.
house. Yeah, go to
Be
his
in that
house.
be in the house before that light comes on, before the street light comes on.
Yeah, like
We,
that's
we were
black
all told the same
activity.
thing. Bring your ass in this.
Yep,
We all
yep.
were told a lot of the same things. It's
Mm-hmm.
universal, it's cultural, and it can't be taught. You know what I'm
Right,
saying? Quentin Tarantino can do the movie, but it ain't gonna be the same without Samuel Jackson.
right.
You know what I'm
We
saying?
needed him to play that role.
Right. Because Quentin by himself, there ain't no damn way he could get Al Pacino to play that role.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? There's certain things that are cultural. There's certain things that
Mhm.
we learn as part of our culture that is universal. When I walk in the airport or bus station or Walmart and I see another brother and I give him the head nod, he knows what it
Right.
means. I know what it means, and the other black people around us knows what it means. A white
Mm-hmm.
man would never know what it means. Break his neck trying to nod that way.
Mhm.
Because it's something universal and bred in us. And I think it's a beautiful thing. It's something that, I wish we could build on, but we still have to be realistic. We had to come out of this tribalism. We have to come out of our corners. I can't be angry because you're a Christian. I can't
Mm-hmm.
be angry at you because you're an atheist. I can't be angry at you because you're an Israelite, and then be in my corner and not donate to the cause or not work together
Right.
because of this stupid tribalism.
Mhm. Mhm.
It's killing us.
And
You
I
know,
love when the Africans say, "How do we act? How do our mothers and then our fathers? Our fathers is stubborn. They're not really stubborn, but we young men, we like our father's mean. I'm scared of him. Why do the African father have that same aura as the African descendant, Indigenous American or Indigenous American father? We all look the same, a little darker or a little lighter. Why we still have that? I call that's that black activity in us that we can't run away from it, but you got the people trying so hard to run away from it just because you go. So when you do go to choose not to even date out, to be with somebody that say slide or rain and womb, I love you as that person. You say I love you as that person, and y'all start building. That don't mean they left the black activity because they gonna
Mhm.
still do some. Like how they say we say Negro stuff and be like, yo, we thought you was an Oreo. Nah, he ain't an Oreo. He just met that woman or she just met that man. But it's harder in this era to say they just met because of love or
yes,
like
it's
the
like it's
respect
either
of the person.
love or it's he's rich and he hates himself. He hates
Right.
his self
Or
image. He
she
hates
hate
his mother.
herself.
Yeah, and all
Mm-hmm.
that stuff. And I'm like, why does it always have to be that extreme? When you talk to Umar Johnson, you're a white wife. You're a white wife. You're taking food out of a black child's mouth because you have a white wife, and then you do
Mm-hmm.
your you bring your meager finances and you do your finances with your white wife. And when you do that, you're taking food out of the black community. Like, really? Like, this is the kind of argument right here that just keeps us stagnated. It's like a car stuck in the mud. You got an engine with a tank full of gas and you ain't going nowhere.
Hmm.
Getting stuck in the mud with the same bullshit, talking the same stupid stuff. And like I say, it sounds good at first. It sounds sexy at first because I am an angry black man and I always have been. I got plenty of reasons to be. And
Hmm.
in my anger, I have heard a lot of reasons, well, you should forgive, you should forget, you should do all these things. But in the back of my mind, I still think about the promotion that I didn't get. I still think
Mhm.
about being called the N-word. I still
Mhm.
think about the times in the military that I was overlooked, the times
Mm.
in Fortune 500 companies that I was overlooked and made to do 3 times the work for one check. Not 2 checks, not 3 checks, not overtime, not a bonus, not a thank you, not a raise, but just doing 3 jobs in one. You know what I'm
Mhm.
saying? Where everybody else was allowed to have breaks and overtime and everything else. I was locked into what I was locked into, and it was extremely racist. So
Mhm.
yeah, I have a chip on my shoulder. Yeah, and I still have prejudice, and I have to go to Allah every day and ask to have that chip that's taken a little bit away. I know He has the power to lift it all at once, but I'm not ready.
Mhm.
You know what I'm saying? Because that little bit of anger drives me. You know what I'm saying? That little
Mm.
bit of drive fuels me so that I'll never ever let them beat me. You know what I'm saying? I'm always on the defensive of a white man, and I can't stand poor white trash. You know what I'm saying? So that's a weakness in me that I have to pray every day to get stronger so that I don't have my blessings blocked because of things that I've gone through in the past. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, I do want, I don't want to lose my edge. I don't
Mhm.
want to lose my fight. You know what I'm saying? Because I am a warrior at heart. I'm a 5th, 6th, 7th generation soldier. Like I say, my family didn't just start this. My great, 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 great grandfather was a member of the Union. I mentioned that at the very beginning of the chat. He was a mixed gentleman that fought for the Union. And, this warrior spirit has been in my DNA. So it's in me to fight. Now I'm just trying to figure out how to fight the right way to where it's not destructive, to where nobody gets hurt, to where I don't do anything stupid to end up in jail. But I still want to defend my blackness.
Mhm.
I still want to be proud. I still, when I wear my dreads, I still see the way that older black men look at me. They look at me more hateful than white men.
Hmm.
So we have to, like Malcolm X said, before we can prove acceptable to others, we have to first prove acceptable to ourselves. So that's where I'm at in my journey right now. I'm still a work in progress.
As we all are. I like how you own exactly where you are, though,
You said
and
you
why.
don't. You said you don't understand.
Mm-mm. I said I like how you own where you are and why.
Yeah, because I mean, like I said, I still have the anger. I still have some of the frustration, even when they look at my young brothers that might walk into the store with a mask and a hoodie like he's going to rob the place and be the sweetest kid on the block, got straight A's and, plays basketball, football. You always see him. Well, you hardly ever see him because he's always playing sports or he's always
Mhm.
involved in doing something.
He's doing something right.
But you see the way that he gets looked at.
Mm-hmm.
And like I say, I want to change the mentality, how we look at each other, how the white
Right.
man and how they look at us. I don't think we can ever change that,
Because
but
we
how we,
first got we want everybody to be on a call. I had made a video and we'll put that in my. It was from Bleach. You ever watch Bleach anime?
yeah.
Remember when Ichigo Kurosaki was against the guy that always think he was higher than everybody with Rikishi? He had to come and get her. He wore the white. His Bankai was the rose. He do the say Bankai. He dropped the roses and it creates like a field, a mind of roses. You can't escape it. I forgot how you say it in English, how it sound now. I didn't watch it.
Right.
But I watched that series like 4 times already from the beginning to the end because I love it and it explains a lot of stuff that goes on in society too. He said, "How can we have a code, which I heard this before from another great black person too, and we don't follow our code, but you expect everybody else to follow your code. So what code are we following? Are we following the code when, now it's gonna sound funny, and I told Raina and Woman last time things we'd say, and it'd be controversial, it'd trigger people. We'd kill each other, then we expect nobody, and I go to the highest extremes sometimes. Well, if I kill my brother, why am I getting mad when somebody else killed my brother? Because I didn't do it? Well, you see what I'm saying? It's like, it ain't make no sense. It's like,
if I go into the wrong chat and I say ADOS is BS, I might as well just say I love the Klan. I might as well just put on a pointy white hat.
That's all they heard. Right.
And goose step down Main Street. They don't know, because I have an avatar, so they don't know whether I'm black, white, or otherwise. So they automatically either assume I'm a troll, or I'm white, or I'm a hater. All those things from 6 little letters, 7 little letters. ADOS is BS. Didn't even have to really say anything. Just the fact that you brought up those 4 little letters is going to trigger those people that associate with those 4 little letters who 2 or 3 years ago, there was no ADOS. They wouldn't even be able to tell you what it stood for. But they went and listened to Yvette Carnell, or they listened to Fly Nubian Queen, or they listened to African Dysphoria, or they listened to Sodnetter TV, or one of these other sources, and all of a sudden they are Amat Hotep and Shabbat Shalom and, you know, just all these things without no real base understanding in what they're saying or doing.
I got nothing.
Speak on it, sis. Speak on it, sis.
Fire with the same ammo. Because you said ADLS is crap or whatever you said. We're using the same fire and ammo, so you gave them ammo and fire to fire right back at you.
What I do is I challenge them. I don't, you know, I feel like, you know, iron sharpens iron. Right. You know what I'm saying? And princes and paupers typically don't mix. You know what I'm saying? When you know, they say birds with feathers flock together and otherwise. So yeah, when you have people that are cult minded, that are simple minded, yeah, they'll flock to a 4-letter phrase. They'll flock to anything like that. Just like Umar Johnson, you know, it's attractive to somebody like me who's angry, who's tired of being shitted on by white people, who's tired of being lied to, who read the Bible all these years and found out the Bible has over 100 discrepancies that have been disproven, not only by the Canadian Greek translations, but by scholars over time that were not atheists, that were not people that hated Jesus. They were people that knew how to read other languages and found out, hey, this isn't what that means. Hey, that isn't what that means either. Who translated this mess? You know, and then tried to get the real truth out there. But then the government, the Catholic Church, and everybody else said, no, these people can't know the truth. Let's keep them dumb right where they are and let them believe what they believe. And yeah, man put 2 animals of each kind on a boat, and they turned water into wine and fed the multitudes with fish and a loaf of bread and all that kind of stuff. And when you're explaining that to an atheist or a child, you might as well be telling them about Zeus and Hercules. Because
that all goes together. We can't leave one thing out and add the other thing. That's how I take the information. It's a timeline of information. It has to fit into something. And if that timeline to fit in, it don't got to be 100% how it happened. Long as it give us, because we got to remember, nobody was alive 2,000 years ago.
Yeah, but there were, but just like in Scripture, it says there are signs in the heavens and earth. Just like when you look at the flood, right. You can look at the Grand Canyon and you can see how high the water level came up, or you can go on mountaintops and find seashells. You know what I'm saying? When you can find mollusks and seashells on mountaintops, that tells you that there had to be a catastrophic flood at some point in time. You know what I'm saying? On the earth within the past 2,000 or 3,000 years. It wasn't millions of years ago. You know what I'm saying? You can see that. It's not like something that you can't go out there and see for yourself if you do the research.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And that same flood of Gilgamesh, the flood of Noah, it's the same flood. oral traditions, you know what I'm saying, were passed down from generation to generation to explain those events the best way they knew how.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? But the prophecies actually never changed. And that's what makes the prophecies right and true and correct to this day, whether you're a Hebrew, Muslim, Christian, or an atheist. You can't deny prophecy when it's true.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if you find prophecy out there and you say this prophecy never came to pass or this prophecy is not true, then fine, you busted it out. But there aren't too many prophecies you're going to find in the Bible and none in the Quran that you can't find that haven't already come to pass.
Because I already know how to make the prophecy. You know how to make the prophecy, my brother and my sister? Well, first you got to No, I believe in the prophecies have been true, but I also know that in the spirit, it's a seance. Seance means ritual. I can create a ritual 1,000 years ago, and I guarantee you 1,000 years later, we're going to follow it. Because, man, if you under a rule, that's what make it easy. That's why if we come back to saying I ain't love my blackness, when somebody come with their cornrows from another race that's with their hair, I'm not trying to be funny or try to darken their skin by going to take a tanning bed and it's this new chemical they take in melon. We'll look at them and say, I don't know. You look kind of weird there. You know what I'm saying? Like you do, like you look like me, but something ain't right. That's why I have issues when we're not natural about things. Like so, but if you under a rules, RUEL, I can propagate, market, and advertise. This is social media, the platform. We are influenced. Right now, I can propagate of anything of influence or affluence or influence to the young men and women that's watching right now. All I gotta do is look at what worked in the 1950s, what worked in the last other 60, 70 years. I guarantee you in 50 years, I can propagate, market, advertise what's going to happen, how to do it. And I've done it. And like, imagine doing it on a micro. Imagine you doing that in your home. I feel as if parents raise their children good, we won't have that. Oh, I think the child gonna go bad. No, something that I didn't do that my mother did, I should have took more account of to make sure. Now I don't know. I don't know Rainer Woman and Brother Slide. I feel as I can duplicate what my mother did with me, my brother, and my two sisters, my immediate family, where nobody go to jail, prison, want to kill nobody, don't want to commit suicide, where my sisters haven't been touched by a man, we haven't been touched by. I feel as I'm able to duplicate because of things, all the information my mother gave me. So if we look back in the rituals and seances of the quote unquote biblical, but people don't look at me because I even asked my pastor, I would say, how come it was his last year when I was helping on Thanksgiving, how come in 2020 you can believe those same written words in that Bible 2020 years ago, but you can't believe things that I'm saying? He was stumped. And it wasn't no beef. And we still talk to this day. So I told him the other day, he said, I love you. I said, I love you too. Ain't nothing to change. Don't matter how my belief took a different road.
Are you comparing are you comparing your beliefs to prophecy?
No, yes. Like how is that what them people said 2000? No, just open talk. Just open talk about we can believe that 2020 years ago. We can't believe this person right here 2020 years later. That now what if they're saying it actually goes along with what they were saying, but now here's some more information. Because when you see, like, instance, if somebody believes in Jesus, let's gonna use Jesus or Muhammad or Buddha.
Peace be upon all of them.
Is there a record of their birth to whatever age they passed away?
Muhammad, yes. Muhammad,
no, but
yes.
it's not written down inside of the book.
Muhammad,
we don't
yes.
see at 1 year old from 0 to 1 or whatever age you approximated at. Then from 1 to 2, this is exactly what he did. From
Oh,
3
we
to
have the
4, this
hadith.
is what he did.
Yeah, we have the hadith. We have the personal account of the people that lived around Muhammad, his
Right,
brothers, sisters, uncles, aunts, cousins, that all gave an account of his life from the time that he was a little boy to the time that he was prophesied to by the angel Gabriel up until the time of his death. His wife, what's her name? Gosh, not Aaliyah. God, I know his wife's name, Khadijah.
Right.
No, that was his daughter.
Yeah,
But anyway, but yeah, that's the difference between Islam, Judaism, and Christianity is that where, certain people have equated Jesus or Isa's birthday to December the 25th. And we all know the letter J is only 300 years old and blah, blah, blah. We all know that already. But fact of the matter is, there's none of that crap in Islam. Our book is written the same way it was when Muhammad, peace be upon him, wrote it. It hasn't changed, not by one single word or phrase. Yes, it has been translated for other tongues. Yes, there are evil men that will go out there and mistranslate it for their own nefarious means. But for the most part, any masjid that you go to and they hand you a Quran, it is written in the same language that it was translated from, and without any changes or errors or, well, I'm going to change this word because they wouldn't understand this. Well, we think that women shouldn't own land, so we're just going to remove this whole book. We're going to treat Mary Magdalene like a whore, even though nowhere in the Bible was Mary Magdalene a whore. You know what I'm saying? That the Quran speaks more about Mary than the Holy Bible does.
I'm just saying, not to really jump on it, but I'm just saying, the belief as people to be grounded and to stay, all for us. Hey, welcome back, Brother Grind. I know you just came in. We're not really talking on religion. We're just speaking on the Blackativity of each other, the collective, like as a whole. My understanding won't topple your understanding, and we come into a disagreement again about which we always see on all the platforms.
No, because your ability to interpret signs also may be at a higher level than other brothers. You know what I'm saying? To where other people may see it as prophecy. The Bible does say that there will be signs in the heavens and the earth. So if you are gifted to interpret those signs and you see certain things coming, whether it be something in the news, something with the pandemic, something with your local community, something within your church, something within your job, and you see the bullshit coming before everybody else, and you just kind of, that soldier in you, that Marine in you starts to kind of tick, and you're like, uh-oh, something here isn't right. You know what I'm saying? Something in the air sort of stinks. You know what I'm saying? It's a blessing to have that third eye that most people don't have, and maybe you didn't even know you had it, and maybe you are interpreting those signs. And like I say, to equate it with prophecy, I feel like may take it a little too far. But to say that yes, I have the intelligence to interpret these signs and to interpret them to the people around me, so that we can all be safer, so that we can all open our minds. Again, that's a gift, man.
Right. But even everybody different belief, we gotta still be respectful. Like an example I give, I respect coke or crack, heroin. You know why? Because I know the power it has. So I respect you, Slide, Rainer Woman, and my number one grinder, my brother JT. I respect everybody belief. I don't have to topple or say something that's not real or this have this, because we already know that in your heart. What I would want to have and keep us all in a collect, so we can get to the next level. You say, when I express myself, I don't have to say something is not real or it don't have this traction, because what that would do, and that's what happened on other platforms and other communities of Black people. That's how they fall apart, because it's like, that's a slight. I learned that. I really, and other people may not say nothing because they are trying to be respectful, because they understand the power of that's that via. I respect that crack, and I respect that person, because the person and the crack is two different things. I know the power of it, and I know when you take that, I know the power I have. Don't matter how strong you think you are. And so I think if we walk in that way, what you think about that, brother JT or Rain and Moon Woman?
No, I agree. Oh, you changed your Abby, I see. I just noticed that. I agree.
Oh, because I'm eating. I want everybody to see me eating.
Oh, okay. We don't get to share what he's eating. That's fine. Just because I went
Y'all
to
want
eat
to see me
earlier.
chew and slob and
No,
spit all over my face?
Hey, there's a market for that. It's called mukbang.
ASMR.
you know what? You're right.
Do that on your OnlyFans.
That's not what my OnlyFans is for.
You have an OnlyFans, do we? So I'm not going to go into that. Anyway.
No, I use every platform.
Hmm.
When they have
Oh, you don't have the big 069 account? Oh, my bad.
no, when they had Peeps, when they had Connect Pals, Subscribe Plays, Tumblr, I use
Gr-
that all for the same type of stuff I'm doing now.
Grinder.
Oh, I
Mm-hmm.
cannot keep up with all of that anymore.
What's going on? What's up? What's up? Yeah, I'm chilling, man.
What's up, bro?
What's going on, man?
I use
Glad
my
to have you
platforms
back.
all the same.
Hey,
Hey, Twitter,
JT.
Instagram,
What's going on,
MySpace.
Ready Woman? What's going on?
Mm-hmm.
Huh? What was the question, bro? Because I was muted, man.
No, I was saying like the respect of the person. What are some things that you practice when like platform offline, online? So when the young brother talking or saying his stuff.
Well, for me, I don't let everybody know what I do outside. Now, they're out
Mm-hmm.
there. They see me at the shop. They see me. I pick out food. They see me, but I'm not going to show everything because I know how the system is. So I'm
Mm-hmm.
not going to show everything what I do. But I could say like this also on my channel, Underrated Darkness, right?
Mm-hmm.
I got everything on it. You know what I'm saying? It's just like this secondary channel. I'm gonna have some stuff on it. I'm just gonna push what I need to push to help people. You know what I mean? That's it. I'm not certain people. I'm not explaining no more. I don't have no time.
Okay.
Because I just let my people say let your words speak to your man. I don't have to say nothing to your fools. So I'm just gonna keep on doing what I need to do. You with it, you with it. If you're not, you're not. Go from man or woman. That's the way it is.
Okay. Respect. Respect.
Okay, I'm sorry. Can you reiterate the question for me, please?
Oh, just when you talking to someone and you're sharing information and you have different beliefs, like for the people to hear, the young people or people that practice, I'm a pill, I'm a Magtal, I'm a Hebrew, I'm a Christian, I'm a Muslim.
Oh,
How is it if, like my brother hit me up with earlier, Brother Sai, how would you relay that information and without you sounding all like a crazy, angry, because you know how that go, crazy, angry black woman? What are some things that
well,
you do when
um,
they start sounding like they're disrespectful or they don't believe in the same thing, but it ain't coming off right, and they're trying to belittle it or throw shade. This is an example. Act like that one next.
I am very good with letting things roll off my back like water on a duck. Like I am really good at that. And I am really good at just letting people be who they are and
Mm-hmm.
be where they are without trying to force any position or perspective that I have on them. And at the same time, not diminishing my own. So,
Mm-hmm.
and I think it's just, for me, it's just a matter of really respecting everyone's existence
Mm-hmm.
and everyone's right to believe and feel however they believe and however they feel, as long as it does not infringe upon myself and anyone else, and as long as it does not cause any harm to
Okay.
anyone else. Because see, my so Because here's the thing. I am very comfortable in my own being.
Mhm.
I don't and being comfortable in my being to does not need to be proven to anyone in order for me to be. So I just be. That's it. Like I just be. I don't have to prove. I don't feel obligated to prove anything to
Mhm.
anyone. If it's for other people, if they disagree with what I believe or with what I say I stand for, it's for them to disprove, not for me to prove.
Mhm.
So I just be. There's enough to deal with in life and in my journey, um, where I don't feel the need to just waste precious time and energy that also comes from my spirit and wears on my spirit with just being, trying to prove or trying to validate or seek validation for others or even understanding. I'm not for everybody. What I believe is not for everybody. What I have to give is not for everyone, and vice versa.
Mhm. Cool. Well, I don't know, brother. He ain't telling me. He'll probably shoot me an email, whatever's going on. And respect. I just love that open talk we having and everything. Have fun, do a game night. We just play a
Yeah.
game, do different things, and everybody just having fun. I gotta get the copyright to the music because I want to do like a music game because we all different eras.
I love music.
And we guess the songs. Now I know Slide. I don't see. I want to see. I want to see what Slide. I want to see what song Slide know.
I actually did a live where I read song lyrics, like sexy song lyrics. You had to guess the song, and
Oh,
I
you
thought it
did?
would be really easy. But there are certain songs, like if you go back, that had really sexy song lyrics that I don't even know how they got on the radio. Like "Darling Nikki,"
Right.
like
Oh
the yeah
yes.
songs like
I
that.
knew this girl named Nikki. Okay, I'm not gonna.
Yo, but the lyrics are
Oh,
like
I know the
it
lyrics,
before you even get through the
unfortunately.
first verse, it's like I met her in
Yeah.
a hotel lobby masturbating
To
with
a
a
magazine.
magazine. She
Mhm.
said, "How would you like to waste some time?" And I could
Mhm.
not resist. And I saw
Mhm.
little Nikki grind.
Yeah.
I mean, and that played on the radio in the
Yeah, and they played on the
80s.
radio. Yes.
Yo.
I wonder if
And
that's the same lady I was in the car with my dad. She ain't say masturbating. She used a different word, or did she say masturbating?
no, this is Prince.
Oh, because it was another song. A lady. It's a lady. She said she was saying the lyrics, but she didn't use those words. And I said, Dad, hold on. I said, if I was little, I wouldn't have known no better. But now as an adult, he was cracking up. And it was like one of the time my father was laughing when I asked him, I said something to him and I asked him. He was like, yeah, this is what he listened to. He's like, we ain't used the word like slot like plies. We got a song called Pretty P. They didn't say the word, not one word. It was all description, how they described it. I say, yo, this is good because they took the words and they use their now they tell the child use your words. They use their words. This lady, now that was a real freaky song without even saying those words. Not one time. I was like, and I got it. But the child, maybe a child, I don't know. Maybe childs will get it because they be knowing stuff now. You ain't even got to tell them. They be outside with the other kids and stuff like that now, the children. So I had to check my niece. My niece, she 8. She'd say something. I was like, don't say that to me. It don't be like nasty, but it was like stuff that, yeah, you wouldn't say to your mom because she'll pop your mouth.
I don't like a child. I don't never like to hear a kid say down for whatever.
Mm-hmm.
That term in itself, I'm like, man, oh, you down for whatever? You down for whatever? Oh, okay, all right. Famous last words. I'm down for whatever. Okay, just hope that nobody ever tests that theory.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah,
Bring your room on me. I got a question for both of y'all now, since it come in my head.
What is that?
When did you find out that the birds and the bees wasn't about birds and the bees?
Oh my gosh, that is a good question. When did I find out the birds and the bees wasn't about the birds and the bees? Let me dig way back into the crevices. Gosh, let me go back
How
in
did
and
you
in.
feel? I'm saying birds and the bees because I don't want to say the words like when you
Right.
find out. Yeah,
Yeah. When did I find out
right.
the birds and the bees was
When you
not
find
about the
out, when
birds
you
and the
find out,
bees? When did I find out the birds and the bees was not
when you
about the
find out,
birds and the
slide.
bees?
When you gotta find out.
I think I can't recollect completely, but I want to say when I was a teenager.
Mm-hmm.
oh, you were old.
What was going
Yeah,
on when it
yeah.
happened?
I want to say when I was a teenager,
Wow.
cause maybe even before then, because whenever I hear people say, did you have the birds and the bees conversation?
No, did you run across the
Mhm.
VHS tape between the mattress of your parents' bed?
Mm-hmm.
HBO,
No,
cable
N-
TV.
no,
You know,
no, that wasn't it for me.
uh,
But I think it was me, like, cause I ear hustled a lot.
oh,
Mm-hmm.
why are they fighting? They're not fighting.
No, 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 not like that. But
Oh, okay, okay.
I ear hustle a lot with like conversations between grown people and my brothers, big brothers
Mm-hmm.
and stuff. Cause I was
Mm-hmm.
a bad little sister. Well, I was a curious,
Mm,
obnoxious,
mhm,
irritating, sneaky
mhm.
little sister. And so just kind of keep hearing people talk about, well, did they talk about the birds and the bees? And it's supposed to be this conversation for like when you get older, right? Like, and I used to wonder, like, so what's the big deal about the birds and the bees? Like, I don't understand. Because I was also naive, like, why they make it sound? No, you don't need to know what that is yet. So I knew it had to be something more than the birds and the bees because that's simple and that's nature. But they kind of just kept when I bring it up because I kept hearing about it. Yeah, you're not ready for that yet. That you're it's that you're too young for that.
So
Okay,
you
well,
had asked
Let's
your
see.
family that after you learned
yeah,
you had asked? Okay.
yeah.
Wow.
Oh,
Yeah,
you did
But
I asked
good.
because
You asked.
I asked because I kept hearing people talk about the birds and the bees, and the birds and the bees, and the birds, and I'm like, and I
Uh-huh.
didn't understand why it was such a big deal. That's
like
my
me,
thing.
Why
Like,
is it a big deal?
yeah, why is it a big deal? So yeah, like, why you like, shh.
you know what? It
I
was
used to
weird
hate
for
that.
me.
Shh.
You, like for me though, I learned at 5 what it was. Like
5?
4, 5, yeah, because my uncle kept nudie books around, and we had HBO at the time. There was no child block or filter or anything like that. We also had Cinemax and Showtime, and there was a little thing called Showtime After Dark. You know what I'm saying? So even
Hold
if
on,
you
how
didn't have
old was you,
any,
Slide, when
Is that
I'm
Showtime?
I'm,
When did Showtime come out?
I'm 44. Showtime maybe came out in the early 80s after HBO came out, because I remember boxing and stuff like that used to come on.
Oh, okay.
Uh, like
We
after
didn't have
dark means you were
cable. I
supposed to
thought
be asleep
Showtime came out
though.
after I became an adult.
right, and see, I would stay up and everything, but see, I'd already ran across. I knew what boobies were and everything, but I ran across. The first thing I saw of a sexual nature was like Playboy and Penthouse magazines and stuff like
Right.
that. But it wasn't until I was maybe 11 or 12
Mm-hmm.
that I got really curious, and I'd heard older guys talking about a clitoris, and I didn't know. I had to realize that women didn't pee out of the same hole babies came from. You know what I'm
They
saying?
don't? I thought they do.
So that's where my
I'm joking.
that's where my education, as far as filling in the gaps, came. When it came to sex, I asked my uncle, and he felt all proud and shit, and he wanted to brag about it. I'm like, wait a minute, you didn't teach me anything. You know what I'm saying? I was just running it by you just in case I missed anything. I'm already pretty well versed in how this thing works. You stick it in, it gets hard. You know what I'm saying? You make babies. You know what I'm saying? Anything else is elementary. Oh, if you love somebody very, very much, you do a loving hug and then, you know. But yeah, I learned at a real young age. But I didn't become sexually awakened until shit, I was 30.
30.
Well, I had seen some things,
Okay.
but I hadn't transcended to that other dimension until I was in my 30s. But that's another discussion.
That's when you start giving her the big O. Hi.
No, that's when it transcends orgasm and goes into a whole nother realm of it's hard to explain.
Uh-oh, no wonder you got that late night slide. Now I know why they call you slide. Cool.
You learn some things along the journey. That's just
This at night. This if you have everybody, if you check the video out later, and now this changed to O at night.
Oh at night.
Oh at night. Miss Rainy Moon, you haven't been on in a while. You have any? I mean, as in your late night with the ladies and the guys. What's something you got planned coming up for yo? You plan on doing anything, or you got more business opportunity and ventures offline than you do online?
Oh man. Hold on. Let me give this stretch. Oh, that feels so great. Oh my god.
Now you need a massage.
No crap. I really do.
Well, I'm 6'5". Well, I'm 6'5". You know, I'm just playing.
Yeah, but
Don't
honey,
be
you're
using my line. That's my line because I really am 6'5".
Yeah, but well, it doesn't matter because y'all are babies, okay? And I don't play in cradles, okay? Unless I'm burping you, okay?
I love to learn.
I don't play in cradles unless I'm burping you, okay? And at this point, I'm only burping one.
That's not true because I'm a CNA. I put the older ladies to sleep at night every night.
Anyway, moving right along.
That doesn't sound creepy at all.
That don't sound sleep. I put them to sleep. What? You ain't taking to the higher depths.
I'm actually gonna get back onto my brief series on my channel, and I'll probably do that next week.
Okay.
And but apart from that, like I'm really just focused on taking care of myself. I'm making myself such a huge priority until like the end of next year. And that's a big deal. So taking care of me in all the ways possible and just making myself top priority is the only thing that I even care about.
Okay.
Yeah, sometimes you have to do that. You have to take that self-reflection because you ain't worth a poot to nobody else unless you get your mental, physical, emotional centered. I learned that the hard way because I felt like as a brother, I had to keep fighting, just suck it up and drive on, keep fighting. Damn how I feel. You know what I'm saying? Damn, my blood pressure is like 200 over 110.
Oh, wow.
You know, damn that my, having migraine headaches and all this other stuff. I still had to meet deadlines, still had to appease, still had to put checks in the mail, still had to argue with my son, still had to do all of that until I learned how to pull back and reflect. And that was also part of my spiritual journey too over the past 2 years was realizing that I'm an empath. Like all these years, I've been absorbing people's negative energy. I had been attracting narcissists and people that would come and steal from me, take advantage of me, lie to me, promised to make deadlines that they wouldn't keep and stuff like that. And it really bothered me. And I kept saying, what's wrong with me? What's wrong with me?
Mm.
And I could never unlock that key until I found out why. And I found out even when I was in the Fortune 500 company, when I would have interviews and stuff with female employees, they would start dumping emotionally on me like, well, John, I have an ovarian cyst and it causes my period to bleed more than normal. I'm like, whoa, time out. Wait a minute. I'm your supervisor. I'm not your counselor. I'm not your mother. I'm not your father. I'm not your gynecologist. You know what I'm saying? Like, why are you telling me this? But they felt 1,000% comfortable to come to my desk and tell me all these personal, private details about their
Right.
life. I didn't realize at the time I was an empath. I come to work in a good mood, and all of a sudden I'd go home and feel like I had the weight of the world on my shoulders. And it's because I was taking on everybody else's burden, whether they had a
Mhm.
sick child at home, their boyfriend got caught driving another woman around in their car. I'm trying to tell them to keep their ass in their seat and do their job and handle it when they get off. But they're so emotionally distraught that they can't sit there and take calls knowing that their man is out there driving their car with some woman in it.
Right.
You
Mhm.
know what I'm saying? I wouldn't be able to stand it if I knew my woman was out there driving some man around in my car. And I'm supposed to sit here and say,
That
hello,
sound like
thank
nurses. Like all the nurses had the guys. They didn't know, but the guys didn't really work. And next thing you know, the guy picking them up. I had a situation. The guy said something. I said, "You ain't do nothing all day. She here working. You should never be late." He just looked at me and say nothing because I was way bigger than him. I guess sometimes
yeah.
being taller than everybody have his advantages. So
Yeah.
I wasn't expecting to fight for her, but I was expecting. I was like, I'm not even gonna do nothing because them type of guys is not really gonna like approach you in that way, and not in a warrior mode. So
Right.
I
But
definitely know
at
what
the
you
same
mean.
time though, I've seen all these beautiful ladies coming in
Yeah.
and out, but had these really thuggy guys, but still on this journey of self whatever. I'm like, what the F is wrong with me? Why can't I get what is it? They don't find me attractive. They can sit here and tell me all their personal business, but they don't see me as like whatever. But they let Pookie, Ray Ray, whatever, and guys that you could tell they weren't a good match. Because here you got Fortune 500, 3-inch stiletto heels, really nice Macy's outfit, what I'm saying, compared
Mm-hmm.
to skinny jeans hanging around his ass with holes in them, wearing a beanie and an old tight white t-shirt. You know what I'm saying? Just looking like nothing, not really contributing anything. You know what I'm saying? And I kept seeing that and I kept wondering and I said, okay, I got to fix me.
Mm-hmm.
And finding out that I was an empath was one of the biggest breakthroughs that I've ever had in my life. Because I said it finally explains why I was taking on that additional stress. And when I found that out, I was able to deflect that shit. And instead of taking it on and letting it burden me, I could pick and choose my battles. And
Right.
that meant I could not help everybody. I had to
Mm-hmm.
get off my Boy Scout. I had to get off of my hero complex. And I had to realize I can't help everybody all the time. I
Mm-hmm.
can't take on everybody's shit. I have to know when to back off and when to get my power back and when to get my strength. So I understand what Raining is saying when she's focusing on herself. Some people may see it as selfish or
Mhm.
hateful or
Mhm.
self-centered or
Mhm.
whatever, but it's not.
Exactly. Yeah, because like a lot of people, kind of don't understand that because it's so different. Honestly, it is very different for me. A lot of people, and I can't fault them for this because this is who I've proven to be consistent with and reliable on. A lot of people know me for being like a lot about business ventures and money making ideals and marketing and branding and things like that, coaching other people and things like that, right? And putting family first. I mean, which is still very important. Um, but really being also kind of available, and I'm just like, no, like now it's really like it's just so all about me because I've gone through so many changes, so many major things have happened in my life over the last few years, and not little things, but major things. And um and it's put me in a very vulnerable, probably the most vulnerable position that I've ever been in my entire life. And quite honestly, that I could ever be in my entire life. Like it can't be any more vulnerable than this. It can't, honestly, it can't be any more darker than this. And and I've decided, to address and face so many things head on and not push things under the rug or put them aside or push them down or suppress them like I have done for so many years, as being a person from the military,
Or to
you
first,
know.
or to force yourself into companionship when you know you're
Yeah.
not ready, and then you take
Yes.
on a person, and then you're a basket case, and they're sitting there trying to figure out what in the hell, how do I please this person? How do I communicate? How do I get through? And then you take them
Exactly.
on, but you're not right, and I've done that.
Exactly.
I did it when I was
Exactly.
insecure. When I was at my most insecure, I was probably
Mhm.
about 2021. My best friend had slept with the first woman I ever loved. And it wasn't puppy love. Like, I really, really loved this girl.
Mhm.
And my insecurities dominated everything I did for maybe 5 years after that. And it was so pathetic that I got sick and tired of being sick and tired. You know what I'm
Mhm.
saying? I got sick of being pathetic. I got sick of being doubtful in myself. And, I had a few little mini breakthroughs in between. But before that, you know what I'm saying? I said the only thing that'll fix this is if I get a girlfriend and find balance and all this other stuff. The only thing I did was ruin some really bad relationships with some really cool chicks. You know what I'm
Mhm.
saying? Because I was insecure, because I wasn't ready. Who's calling you? Why is your phone ringing? Who's that guy? Why are you still talking to your ex? You know what I'm saying? I mean, why are you wearing
Mhm.
that dress? That shirt is a little bit too low cut. You know what I'm saying? Everything bothered me. I found fault in everything.
Mhm.
Person been
So
talking
yeah,
to her ex though. Like she's talking
huh?
to her ex. I'm just being funny. I'm being serious but funny at the same time. But I know what you mean.
Yeah, man. I was just I was so sorry. I was sorry. And I look back at myself. I wish I could just slap my older self. Like, dude, you suck. You know what I'm saying? But I had to come through that hurt and that pain to be who I am now. And if I hadn't have took that time to just leave people alone and just self-reflect and not be in the streets and not force myself into a relationship or companionship or whatever. And then I was so much more better suited once I came through that, instead of just forcing myself and then just beating other people down with my emotional stuff, my baggage. So yeah, don't let anybody tell you you're selfish or that you're any of those things, because until you can get yourself straight,
Mhm.
you can't be straight with anybody else.
Yeah, well, it's the people that have the most that have had the hardest time understanding it has been some of my family and some friends. And so, and basically what it is that they want me to be the person that they've always known me to be, even though the person that they've always known me to be no longer exists. Like it's, I mean, she just simply does not exist. I will never go back to being that person because the major things in my life, the major events in my life that have changed everything for me has changed me. So I will never ever ever be the same.
Why
I
don't
will.
those why don't those Facebook friends get it? Why don't our old high school friends get it? Why don't the people we graduated high school with get the fact that we are not that person they graduated school with. We've evolved, we've changed. Everything about us has changed. We might look the same or
Mhm.
sound the same or mannerisms, but our philosophies and everything about life have changed. So for them to sit down and think they're going to have that same conversation, we're not that same person anymore. They hang
Mhm.
on to it like, that yearbook photo, that prom photo, that high school stuff. That I got friends on Facebook that never changed.
Mhm.
They
That
still
never
hang on
Man,
that
moved.
shit.
yeah.
They
Yeah.
never do what?
They've never changed.
Oh yeah, yeah, that's
Yeah.
They even party together and they talk
Yeah.
about the same stuff. You know what I'm saying? And like me, I don't fit in with that,
Mhm.
because even when I became a Mason, the only thing they talked about was Mason shit. And I'm
Mhm.
like, I have 1,000 other interests. Masonry is just one. You know what I'm
Right.
saying?
right.
This, I took an oath. I furthermore promise and vow that you can cut out my heart and my tongue and my bowels if I tell y'all secrets. Okay, fine. Now let's go party. When I go party, I don't want to talk about that shit.
Mhm.
Right.
I want to party. I want to talk to women. I want to talk to girls. I want to party. I want to learn to wobble and the bankhead bounce and whatever else. I don't want to talk about, yeah, and that brother, he's on the square, and yeah, especially with soldiers. Yes, we talk about war and our pastimes together because those were dynamic, crazy, wild, fun,
Hmm.
life-changing times in our lives, and yes, we want other people to relate to that, but not
Mhm.
every Saturday night.
Right.
Not every Friday, not make that part of my persona. And that's what happened to me was the Masons were like that. My high school buddies were like that. So now I just kind of feel like I'm out there on this island kind of by myself. And the handful of people that I can relate to, I appreciate it. But the other ones, I don't sweat it anymore because I'm like, even if I explained it, you still wouldn't get it. So I'm not even
Mhm.
going to waste my time.
Exactly. That's it. I'm not even gonna waste my time. Like, yeah, it's not for you to get. That's what I said. Like the core of what I believe, who I am as a person, like my core values have not changed. My core characteristics have not changed. But my availability, my accessibility, and my willingness to bend,
You
sometimes for
flexible?
people. Yeah, my flexibility, like all of these things
Take
have
that out of it.
changed.
Mm.
And just and like I said, being able and willing to focus a lot on business and work and stuff. No, my focus now every day is to make sure I eat, wash my butt, and exercise. That's it. Look
Right.
cute. That's it.
Right.
Do something for my spirit, do something for my spirit and do something for my emotions and my mind so that I can properly address and pick apart these different things, these different things that have had a major impact on my whole being. And because because my the rest of the world is not going to fall apart. My bills are still going to be paid. I can still go out and I all of my needs are going to be met, and I will still have and can still get a lot of things that I want. So nothing is going to be lack, and I thank you, Lord, for that. Thank you, Lord, for providing. Thank you, Lord, for allowing me to be in that position. So because I can do this for myself, and I don't have to put myself under any more pressure that's unnecessary in order
Right.
for me to do this, so that I can be a thriving, healthy, um, vibrant woman, a vibrant version of me, a better version of me from my later years. But I've got to do the work right here and right now. So
Do
I'm
you
doing what I must do to save and preserve me.
do you ever see yourself getting married down the road?
I would love to. Yeah, I would love to. I'm not lacking options. I
Ooh.
never lack
She be
options.
getting flown out, and then they be giving her the bag. I'm just joking. I'm joking. I'm messing with you.
I ain't
Yeah.
got to flow
Okay. That's
out.
good. I love how you put that, and that's so when the young ladies hear that eventually listen to this or hear this, they understand it's not about getting the bag or being flown out. Even though I was joking, you said I'm not putting unnecessary stress. If Instagram is very heavy on this about everybody, they say I love doing this. I remember the picture was about the man and a woman sitting down on the couch. Then years went by. Now it's a man and woman sitting on the couch with a whole bunch of things around them. Now it's a picture of a man and woman sitting on the couch. You know the little illustrations of that person you be with the rest of your life.
Uh-huh.
And
Uh-huh.
it's an illustration. Now it's a man and woman, everything around them, but it's a whole bunch of money sitting somewhere. And then they saying is, I get money. All this unnecessary stress. You don't even know what he's been getting money is. I ask people, you're getting money or you know how to make money? They're like, that's the same thing. I said, no, it's not. Like, are you getting it or you know how to make it? Because like, so
Yeah.
if you do forex, yeah, you know how to do forex. They send you a code, but what do that code really mean? Where do that code come from? They gonna call you a
Right.
hopstead or a hoptet. I was like, no, that's literally after a while. If I gotta reach this certain plateau, you only can plateau for so high.
Mhm.
So you can't overtake the person that introduced you, can you? They be like, yeah, you can. I said, no, in reality, not. Because no matter how you look at it, long as they're still working the network marketing and you working it, they're gonna always be over you and get the higher percentage. No matter how much more money you made, they still get a higher percentage. And that's
Well,
what you got. They don't understand that.
here's
So
something else too, Ortho.
mhm,
The bag is gonna always be there.
Right. If
mhm,
you're a hustler and you're motivated, it's always going to be there.
Yeah,
yep.
money
Money will
and
always
ways to
be
make
there.
money and things like that are gonna always be there. And I don't like the idea of being consumed with
Hmm.
chasing money.
Right.
I prepare myself and position myself for money to come to me easily and for ways to make money and ways for my money to make money and ways for my money to work for me to always come and be available and come to me easily. Money comes and money goes. Money is a currency, money is a tool. It is not the end all be all. What is the end all be all for
Hmm.
me is having all of my needs met,
Right.
to never be without.
Hmm.
And I have an abundance mindset, and with my abundance mindset, I also know that I believe that the creator is source. My creator, the most high God, is source. He is everything else is resource because he is source. So I make sure that I'm connected to the source, and being connected to the source and being humble before him, he will always make sure that my needs will always be met. And as
Hmm.
long and there is no one that can get in the way of my needs being met. There's
Hmm.
no one that can block anything that is totally intended for me except for me being in my own way, because there is none of it is superior to the creator.
Hmm.
None. And
That
I
is
place no one, I allow no one to even walk in a position or even feel superior to me. Other than that, I just simply don't. I don't care who you are. I don't care what your background is. I don't care what you know. I don't care who you know. It's about who I am and who I know.
Alhamdulillah. I have a Muslim sister that sounds exactly like you. But there's one thing that you said tonight that was the most profound thing I think I've ever heard you say. And I've dropped in and out of your chats and stuff like that. I've been aware of you, but never connected with you before. And that's when you told me to
Stalker,
tell.
stalker, stalker. I'm just
I know,
joking.
right?
Joking.
But and it's when you said that you were vulnerable, but you are a woman that has served in a war zone who has been in physical vulnerability of shells and mortars and
Mhm.
rockets and bullets and tank
Mhm.
rounds and actual
Mhm.
people that want to kill you.
Mhm.
How could you feel less vulnerable in a war zone where terrorists want
Mhm.
to kill you
Mhm. Mhm.
when you are more vulnerable right now sitting in the safety of your home?
How so?
Well, you know, I don't even want to know because I
I
feel like
know.
that's prying, and I
Oh
don't want to
no.
pry into your personal
No, but
thing.
I don't mind sharing
Because she got
because
to go get that bag.
that is a very, very good question.
Mm-hmm.
So let me explain that, right? And that is definitely something that being in a war zone, because I was in a war zone and I did have scud missiles and things like that going on around me constantly. I've seen the bombs, going off around me. I've seen the explosions, like all of that. I have been like right there in the midst, right? What make and that's definitely was definitely a very vulnerable position, right?
Mm-hmm.
Um, but more so just physically and mentally, but not in as much as emotionally and spiritually. So what makes this place where I say I'm in now the most vulnerable is because the things and that have been and the very core of my world has been shaken. That didn't shake the core of my world. The major events and the major things that have happened in my life over the past 3 years is what has shaken the core of my world.
Okay,
Mm-hmm.
I can see that. But still, just it sounds so ironic because to be in the line of fire, literally, and then to be in this spiritual warfare. And I see spiritual warfare. Like I said, I walk on the other side. I'm an empath, so I have no choice but to be in touch with my spiritual self. And it's a hell of a journey. And it's one that nobody else can see or relate to. You can talk about it and explain it, but nobody else can walk in those shoes. So until you can
Mhm.
get that bridge mended, I kind of know what you're going through. It can be lonely at times, because nobody really truly understands, but
Mhm.
you need that silence,
Yes,
you know.
absolutely. And that is that bravo, bravo. That is absolutely it. I am walking in shoes that is very uncommon for a majority that is uncommon for practically everyone else around me that desires to continue to pull from me, right? So
Mm-hmm.
they can't even tell me, they can't even guide me in how to walk in these shoes. They can't even show me how to just even stand in these
Right.
shoes.
So true. That's like us three come from a different upbringing, but we all experience something that if I hear a guy telling me a size 2 and a 4 of a woman, that don't matter. And yes,
Right.
I talk about I enjoy naturalness, but at the end of the day, it don't matter. But I would prefer a woman that if semper fi is semper fidelis. I mean, always faithful. That's
Mhm.
what I have. I'm faithful. I have grace to know I don't have to change nothing about me. I don't have to use anything. So Bala, bills, money cannot. You put us on a pendulum. There's no way money equate to the
Mhm.
love I'm going to bring to this woman life.
Mhm.
Women say, "What do I bring to the table?" I'm going to bring love. She's like, "I got that." I'm going to say, "No, you don't." If I look at your life and
Hmm.
I see all the bombs and scuds and missiles that hit you and how you responded, and if it's you didn't respond in love, you responded
Mhm.
in, I got to go get a degree. My man got to make a certain amount of money. I got to listen to this man. But when I listen, I'm going to do the hard headedness and try to be funny about it. but not really taking in to hold myself accountable and responsible of the being I am, not even just a woman or the man of that. If these men and women are saying this, the man and woman you are, what makes you, what are you made of? And if you
Mhm.
telling me the core of your life is the man and or a woman to reach this phantomable material superficial thing, I'm sorry, to me, I would tell that person, I don't care who it is, you fail your life
Hmm.
because you're never going to experience life, because life is to live, to be alive.
Yeah.
Never gonna be
Yeah.
alive.
Yeah, but at the same time, Otho, if you poll 1,000 people right now and you ask them, can a man be the man of his house if his woman makes more money? Watch how many people answer that survey and say, hell no. No, he cannot be. Not as
Mhm.
if if she's the quote unquote breadwinner, she's the head of household, she makes the rules.
And they don't understand. That's exactly what I was talking about. They don't understand the power that life have over that thought. That's like, I don't even want to call it a superficial materialistic thought. That's like out of this world. Like, don't make sense. And I don't want to. It's a word I want to use. Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious type of. That's how I feel when they say that. Because I can't. I'll tell a woman in a heartbeat, I cannot match the type of man you're looking for. I'm not insecure. I'm not lessening myself. I'm actually letting her know, you take the pendulum of a tree, they make paper out of a tree and they kill the tree. The tree is dead. So a dead piece of paper, you're comparing it to me and saying, I don't equal that you make 80,000, I make 50,000. And I had to explain to this young man, if you made 50,000 for 4 straight years, and a woman telling you just because she make 80,000 or 90,000 a year, you got to match her. In reality, she saved $0 and she bought the best cars and clothes and house. In reality, if you did the reverse, she couldn't meet your life, because this. What if you saved about 10 to 20,000 a year because you single? I don't care. Remember, I don't know, when y'all was in the military, I made 42,000 a year. For a single person, that's a lot of money.
Yeah, for a single person, especially
Yeah,
if you're living in the barracks.
yeah. I was saving money. I wasted my money when I got out. I don't know what I did with it, but whatever. But it was like, if I had a baby in the family, I don't know where it went to. So I said, what if you saved almost 20,000 a year for 4 to 5 straight years? That's 2, 4, 6, 8. You say about 60 to 80,000, and a woman say, how can we raise a child? You save that money. That's not including that now you probably in a better position. You graduated college. You don't have no debt because you did everything that
Mhm.
kept your money in the bank. Or you being super. Let's say I'm showing her how superficial, but I am very intelligently superficial. What she doing?
Mhm.
And then you get with her. She don't have no money. She paying loans and all these debt. You not paying none at all. And you say, how can I take care of family? Show your bank account. So when they sitting there only looking at the man because he only make 200 or 100,000 a year, that man, that if she make that much too, he probably in the same predicament. He probably owe a lot of money. But that dude over there got already $6,000 to $80,000 saved. That's enough to take care of that child and that upbringing for the first 4 years of that child life. But they don't think. See, they talk about, a lot of people, not just women, talk about they think in the distance. No, you don't, because you didn't realize he just saved that. He can buy a house too with that money as well. He can do a lot of
Mhm.
things with that money.
Yes.
He, with what you make, the 6 figures a year, you can't do nothing because you owe the government. You Uncle say I'm all that money. That's
Yeah, but
why if you
how are you going to tell a sister with a bachelor's, a master's, or an entrepreneur who's making $100,000 a year to marry Dudley the plumber who's making 40? I mean, if Dudley's a good plumber, why wouldn't Sharon try to help him become an entrepreneur by helping him get T-shirts and bumper stickers and advertising and getting the word out and online ads and stuff like that because that's her hustle. She knows networking and shaking hands and meeting all these
And that's what she
people.
went to school for.
But if Dudley just ain't feeling that, but Dudley loves you. Do you know how many
Hmm.
Dudleys there are out there to get overlooked because their $40,000 isn't good enough because you got a woman that wants to change you into this entrepreneurial this thing that she is. And like I say, I respect the hustle. I love the hustle. I'm down for the hustle. But if
Hmm.
the hustle outweighs
The
the
bustle.
relationship, yeah, then and I'm out. Like
Hmm.
you're married to the game. You're not going to be married to me. You're married to the game. You're
Married.
married to the money.
They not married. Married. They don't know what marriage means. Even when I see people that's married and I listen to them, I say, "Dang, I hope nobody listening to them." Because
But to be 6'5" and make $300,000 and ask a woman to submit is a lot easier than making $25,000 working at the chicken plant asking a woman to submit. You know what I'm saying? I mean, when
they
you're
don't
talking about
understand.
submit and obey, you know what I'm saying? But when it comes to doing the man things, that your girlfriend can't do, that your vibrator can't do, that you don't want to call a handyman to have to do. You know what I'm saying? We're there, handy and able and capable, but there's so many women out there been told they don't need a man, and when they do decide to get one, they want us to be like Legos or Play-Doh, something they can build up and change. Like my neighbor, for instance, I love her to death, but she married a prisoner straight off of like prisonlove.com. You know what I'm saying? I mean, the guy has a record long as whatever.
Let's see if
He
that's a real
doesn't work.
site.
He doesn't have any redeeming qualities, but she
Hmm.
found something in him. You know what I'm saying? It's that classic, she's not real pretty. You know what I'm saying? She's a little homely.
She's
Yeah, yeah,
beautiful. She's beautiful.
she's beautiful in her own way, her own
No,
special
she's
way.
beautiful. Yo,
Yeah,
you
so
know, hold on. I ain't cutting you off.
hmm
There is actually a TV. Oh, where it go? I must have clicked back. There's a TV show called Prison Love.
no, there isn't.
Yes.
I was just
Prison
talking shit.
Love. Yo.
He said, I was just
Season 3, episode 56.
Wow. So they've been on.
It's on Sling.
Oh, okay. Maybe that's why, because I don't have that
Wow.
network. But yeah, I guess great minds think alike. Maybe somebody just beat me to the punch.
See,
Next, next,
you could have been making a six figures from a TV show.
look. Next time I'm writing all down all my ideas, and I'm gonna mail them to
Wow.
myself and do the
What
ghetto
is it?
copywriting.
Raining one. Like, do you? Okay, now I want to ask you a double one. I know you know Kevin. I know your take on Kevin Samuels and what we've been saying. For April Mason, have you ever like heard her or looked at her stuff?
yeah, I have a little bit.
Okay, do you feel as she was a good? This was like a couple of questions real quick. I know we talk a lot. Do you feel as she did any good?
I can't give you a solid take on April
Hmm.
Mason because I was not a strong follower of hers and I
Oh,
haven't
okay.
listened to a lot of her content. So here's something I think a lot of people need to understand
Yeah,
about
yeah,
Rain Woman.
give me your spiel. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, it is I do not subscribe really to a lot of women
Hmm.
who are supposed to like give like a bunch of dating advice or relationship advice or that's in a certain sector to feed different narratives or whatever for several reasons. Number one, Reigning Woman is her
Hmm.
very own woman.
Right.
And I don't like the idea of being linked too closely with anyone to where people will then begin to have those kind of same expectations
Right.
of me that they receive from other people or the association to be so closely the where people, brother fellow Fox, I guess people think they know me because I'm associated with this person. No, Reigning Woman is her very own woman. Reigning Woman has her own experiences. Reigning Woman has, I can humbly but very securely and confidently say that I have been given my own divine wisdom from the Most High God and my own life experiences as well as my family. Reigning woman does not look up to any other woman.
Mm-hmm.
Reigning woman does not look up to any other woman.
Mm-hmm.
The women that I look up to are the women in my family, and they are not on YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
I do not seek the advice, neither do I need the validation of any other woman for reigning woman to be who she is.
Thank you. I think more women and young men. That's how I was talking to this young man. I was giving a scenario. He wasn't getting it. I said, and he told me, I said, I know you're not going to get it because you got trapped in that ideology, size two, this and that, how a man's supposed to be. But you don't know that man inner really true thoughts. But then when he say something to you like, well, on the first date, if I'm building up my success, he stick up his middle finger at you and said, F you. You supposed to, when you take a woman on a date, you're on a date. Even if you just met her yesterday and you want to court her because you have true intentions. He kind of like, I said, he kind of like, you don't think so? He was like, yeah. I was like, yeah, he and he said, I'm 21. I said, well, I may not be the guy. I've never been married and I don't have children. But I know at the same time, if I'm working on me, somebody I bring into my table or into my house, they can't, if my house not stinky, I don't want them to come to my house stinky. I got a shower. I'm not, you don't got to kick them out right away because you're courting, you doing things. I said, but that person won't say that to you. But that's what they have done. See, I don't sugarcoat nothing. They sugarcoat. So I'm not supposed to spend the bag or spend a rack on a woman on the first date. I wouldn't even tell my son to do that. It's like, what if I really care? But you don't know where this is going. This person can leave. They leave all that money you spent. And I call money blood, sweat, and tears on the positive side. Because you bleed, you sweat, and you cry for it when you at work. You wake up, whether you own a business or you work for someone. That's your blood, sweat, and tears. So if you make that just as important to you, don't look at it as dead trees now. In this case, look at it as like, wow, I really work for this. Why should I just pour my money? And then the guy that give me that same some other great advice, or that other woman give me some other great advice, say F me now because I'm not willing to mess up to spend all of my money just to enjoy one night. What about the next night, the other night? There's nothing else we can do. And I gave him an ideal, and he said thank you and shalom. We moved on. Didn't even argue because I wasn't arguing with him. I said thank you for not arguing because I came at you to think. Because just as you said, I listened to a brother. Like I just met a brother do slide. I was listening to him, Ice Cold Turner, and I call him Ice. I don't know. I call him Ice Cold Turner, but that brother was like in the same. You listen to him, then listen to the other guy. You be saying, I think I want to listen to this. I want to listen to both, but this guy, I'm gonna turn it off when he started telling me I got to spend all my money on a woman I just met, because that's what you're really doing. Like if you can compare me to Jeff Bozo going on a date, I'm quite sure he ain't going to a restaurant and he's spending $200,000 on a plate of food. I'm quite sure he's not doing that. That's what you're asking that young man to do. That's working and building his net worth for his business and his life. To spend $200 on a meal for her plate of food and then $200 and say, "Well, you broke." No, that's not real broke. That's smart.
Well, there are messages out there that in the wrong hands. Yeah, you can take Kevin Samuels for a grain of salt, or you can take him seriously and follow his doctrine and march to the beat of his drum. I don't see where that would make my dating life as being a single black man any better, because I feel like he's preaching to the choir, maybe younger people. And like I said, if you're saying something that I want to hear, or you've got some arrogant girl on there that's got on a bonnet and puffing a cigarette, and she's not showing a whole lot of class. You know what I'm saying? And you're sitting there on the other side as a black man that loves classy women. Yeah, you're like, yeah, Kevin, give her the business.
Right,
You know,
it's
but
feeding it right into it because
right,
she's the ideal woman. What he's saying, but then when that woman come on there, that's like, well, it didn't work out because I didn't meet the guy. Well, ma'am, you had him. You. No, she didn't. She literally. That's like telling that same brother you had her, but she just had a.
right,
It's contradictive, and that's what I
right.
try
But
to
but but
get to him.
right. But just speaking in general, though, none of the women are asked to come on the show. They come on because they
Right,
volunteer.
right, right, right.
Whether they are beautiful. There's some really pretty girls that come on there
Mm-hmm.
that ask to be judged. Like, well, what do you think
Mhm.
I am? You know what I'm saying? Well, what do you think my value is? You know what I'm saying? Once you open that
Right.
can of worms, and he could say anything, and then
Mm-hmm.
and then it's all trickery because he's like, tell me on a scale of 1 to 10, and you can't use 7. 7 is the average. If you can't use 7, you're either going to be above average or below average. And if you say you're
Mm-hmm.
above average, you're saying you're like Beyonce. You're saying you're like Kelly Knowles. You're saying
Beyonce,
you
not even the prettiest woman I've
I'm
ever
no,
saying
thought.
I'm like
not
me
even
and I'm a
close.
10.
Yeah, I think
Right.
Rain
Like
and Womb
like
woman look
like 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 the fuck you
right.
mean?
Rain and Womb woman is very beautiful. I
Right.
love
So
my
so
chocolate.
it's just like listening to Charlemagne in the morning. Like he
Oh,
claims to
I
be
really
for
don't
black
listen to him. I
people and
know
all of
you ain't.
that. Right. But I know like a broken clock is right twice a day. I know
Right.
what to take with a grain of salt, but I know that he's got some underlying homosexual tendencies, and he don't mind dabbling and playing with it a little bit too much. Like I say, it's one thing to joke with it, but playing around with booty holes and all this kind of stuff. He's got an infatuation with that stuff, and it goes to now that he's got a show on Comedy Central. Really, you know what I'm saying? He done wrote all these books.
That
Every black
you got
woman
a
that
show
comes
on
on the
Comedy
show,
Central. That means you a joke.
you
They
know,
taking you as a joke.
right? So you know what I'm saying? He's not a comedian, but he's on Comedy Central. You know what I'm saying? Trevor Noah, I get it. He's a stand-up comic. I knew Trevor Noah before he was ever on Comedy Central. I used to
Right,
watch
right.
stand-up comedians religiously, and I found him like way back in the day. And he was hilarious then. And I said, this guy's going to be a star even
Mm-hmm.
before he was on Daily Show. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, Charlemagne can say things. You hear people like Umar Johnson that says things about the black community that are right and true and correct sometimes. That doesn't mean that he's not a douchebag.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So it's all about discernment. You know what I'm saying? We got to be able
Right.
to discern the truth from the lies and the BS and the fluff. And, like Stephen A. Smith, I used to like the guy till I found out how he was. You know what I'm saying? When I saw him originally, I was like, man, he's boisterous and he's loud and he's cutting up and yeah, he's fun to watch. But
Mm-hmm.
when he started taking himself too serious, talking about viruses, and he started ruining young black men's careers and everything like that, and just killing these young black athletes while giving the white athletes a pass, I said,
Mm-hmm.
F this guy.
Right. A lot of them do that. That's another thing about our culture that we defend other race. I stopped talking to a Marine guy and he said he respected me. I know you're gonna respect me because I don't waver. I don't tell you at the end of the day, a black man kill a white man is wrong. A white man kill a black man is wrong. If a police do something wrong, black, white, Asian, Hispanic, Middle Eastern, which you barely see Asian or Middle Eastern, that's wrong. I'm not gonna just go on the echo chamber and say, oh no, I know why it's wrong. They shouldn't have done that. I'm not gonna give nobody out for doing some type of wrong. And in the Rain and Ruin, she even in her videos, she don't give people no outs. It's stuff I watch, I don't say something because it's not talking to me, but I am a man, I am a male, so I was like, I'll just sit it out and listen. And I hit the thumbs up. I agree with her. I've done that a lot. People think always in the chat. Like, no, sometimes I'll be in people's chat. I won't say no. I just thumb it up.
Yeah.
And
I
it
get
Right.
shows
that a
up.
lot.
Mm-hmm.
I get that a lot, and I appreciate that too, by the way. Thank you.
You're
Because
welcome.
it's not always who's in your chat room either, who's
Mm-hmm.
for me, it's getting out the message that was put in me to give. But
Right.
before I go there though, let me back up a little bit about April
Mm-hmm.
Mason.
Okay.
I'm sure April Mason has been a benefit to someone. Okay. So, like I said, I have not listened to enough of her content to say, yeah, she's good or yeah, she's there, but I am sure that she's been a benefit to someone. And she did, she was here and she's here to provide, her advice from her experience. And I simply cannot, I won't knock that. Someone needs April Mason. So I hope that people that listen to her are getting what they need and that it is bettering their lives. And, and that's that for that.
Yes, that's good. Right. I will see more rain and woman that keep it real. Tell a young lady, yeah, you like you. And I love how sometimes you would say, "Oh, I'll wear that sexy dress," but I still wear panties. I still make sure that I'm gonna keep my legs closed a certain way and cross my legs. I get that from you. I seen pictures of you, and I can't say she sat with her legs wide open. No, she ain't.
Oh
I ain't
no,
seen.
I'm not gonna do
It's
that.
times. I'm sorry. I seen, not to be nasty. I seen a lot of coochies in my lifetime. Just when women wearing dress. I, I
Hmm.
to, I'm sorry. When guys are pervert, I ask them like, "Why are you a pervert?" All you got to do is go outside enough, go to certain
Yeah.
places. You gonna see a naked woman. You ain't gotta force nothing. You ain't. Trust me. And if you want, you can and be with have sex with all the women you want. There's a club called the Open Cage. Literally, their cage is open. Go there. They're gonna give it to you for free. You ain't gotta force it. Like all the stuff you hear about the black men doing. Like, is that really happening? It's like,
Well,
and it make you think. Oh, what's
Man,
that?
oh,
Oh, and it make you think that they're really doing it because let me keep putting it in the news. So the John Watson is touching on her. Let me keep keep programming that. Let's keep propagating that. So now when the next black man get in that situation, oh yeah, he did it. No hands. Don't let's forget about Peyton Manning and Ben Roethlisberger and all of them guys. That we don't forget that because that's not enough. They don't propagate that enough.
hmm
Julian Edelman, nah, he ain't cuss out the cab driver. Or Patrick Kane, he ain't beat the mess out of that woman, then beat the cab. See, it's like it's stories that I say, let's talk about like I wish I like D Willie. D Willie will bring those stories up and everything. Let's talk about all the stories right now. Let's talk about GJ Kidd and them young girls. Nah, I don't ain't gonna talk about that. Nope, you can leave that alone. 600 plus. That mean we're gonna talk about R. Kelly. Let's talk about the mothers. DJ Kidd. Let's talk about the mothers, the aunts. It's no verses. They do not being funny. They should do a versus battle with DJ Kidd versus R. Kelly. That I'm not being like it's like dark humor in a way, but reality is like, come on, let's do that because if that would open up and that would people like that's one thing we don't talk about the black community. When the black community do need the DJ Kidd trial versus R. Kelly trial, so we can really put it on the table and get it all out. So maybe the uncles don't touch the little girl. Maybe that boyfriend that should never be there in blue. See, they always show the gang or the quote unquote bad boy on Steve Wilco. Where the blue collar guys at? The
hmm
average abusive guy is not the guy that's and this funny part, there's actually a statistic. The average abusive guy is not the 9 to 5 guy. It's actually the blue collar guy. Those are the top abusers. And the guys and the other statistic with it, when the guy that don't have a job, he's the number one abuser. But the top abuser by ranking and rates is the blue collar. But they don't talk about that. But we know blue collar, it's not a lot of us there. So you can't paint dark and black as the evil in this case. See, when you start hitting on real information, they go away. Now when they enjoy the information when there is no you have to now have a line which you're gonna cross this one or stay on here, but you gotta put on both ends, they leave. They always leave. They don't want to talk about that. But then they like, oh, it's more black men doing this. Oh, it's more black. I hate the black men and the black women war. That's why I do my videos that way, the titles, and then people start listening. It's like that's not what he's talking about. He's not dissing black women. Oh, we don't want. We ain't got to listen to this. He's not dissing black men. Oh, we ain't gonna listen.
Right. I did a video titled "Why I Hate the Term Black Girl Magic." I said,
They all came to your channel for that one.
yeah, specifically, it was titled "Why
For 2
Black Girl
seconds.
Magic is Bullshit."
Mm-hmm.
And before I even got the thumbnail good, it already had like a handful of dislikes. Hadn't even watched the video. This was just on the preview.
Right.
And once I broke down why I didn't like the term and what it entailed, because first off, I don't want to be called a boy. And I don't want a grown woman like Simone Biles. First off, Simone Biles is not a little girl. Simone Biles is a grown ass woman. You know what I'm saying? She's a little grown ass woman, but she's a grown ass woman.
She's short. It's super short.
But, and not only did she suffer physical abuse and mental abuse as a child, she didn't have a normal childhood. Not only was she adopted by her grandparents after her father and mother split, and the brothers and sisters got split up, and all of that. She had
Gabrielle Douglas.
Right. She had to practice just like a grown person works 8 hours a day, plus go to school. So that's 14, 15, 16 hours a day from the time that she was 7 or 8 years old, and try to have a normal childhood. And if you notice these gymnast bodies, their bodies don't develop all the way. You know, those cortisones, those enzymes, those things that make a young lady's bones grow and muscles grow get stunted. You know, and those Russians, they learned how to do it back in the 1920s and 30s. The Chinese learned how to do it. And you notice all of our gymnastics coaches are always either Russian or Chinese, because they know the diet, the exercises to do to stunt these little girls' growth.
Yes.
And the suffering that she went through with diet and not having any friends, nobody to relate to, and everything else, and the parent sacrifice, that's not magic. There was no magic involved. There was a lot of money. There was a lot of trips where her parents couldn't be there, and these old white men were filling on her and touching on her and having their way with her while she was 1,000 miles away from home, scared around all these other little white girls.
Tyra Banks too, and the supermodels. They don't talk about that, but ask them about that as well.
Right. So
they
that's
to be models and stuff. Yeah, okay.
Right. So and she's not a girl. She's a grown ass woman. So don't call Usain Bolt a boy. Don't call Carl Lewis a boy. Don't call Michael Jordan a boy. You don't ever hear them called boys. They equate them with goats and beasts. You know, they're either goats.
Look at that kid.
Right.
Like Skip Bayless. I hate that dude. People watch him.
Oh, he's
I'm not
beast.
watching. I'm watching Shannon Sharp. As soon as Skip come on, I turn the channel. If they notice the ratings are probably dropped.
Right.
Skip talk, and when Shannon talk, the ratings go.
Everybody watches. Right. People go on YouTube, and Skip's clips might have 1,000 views, where Shannon's have 100,000. Yeah, but back to my point though, you know, because like I say, you brought up some good points. Woman, Raining brought up some real good points, and man, like I say, we need this for everybody, not just for our little corner of YouTube over here, but you know, just to get this understanding across the board, because we need this, because we're not at each other's throat. Nobody's arguing. Nobody's mad at each other. Nobody's going to walk away from this discussion feeling like, ooh, I don't like him. I don't like her. You know, this, that, whatever. We came to a lot of, you know, we found out through the things that we have different. We still have a lot in common. Right. You know, even the way that we cope with things. Like I say, I'm more or less a loner, but I love people. You know, I'm like an introverted extrovert.
You're an ambivert then.
Yeah, exactly. So, you know, my
You're
empath. I wish. but my empathic nature keeps me I want to protect my spirit. But the loving part of me wants to open up and be open to the world. You know what I'm saying? So it's hard. It's not easy. This is a great platform to do it. I appreciate the fact that I'm here tonight able to do it, because this is just as much a part of my therapy, being able to talk to like-minded people, as anything.
I don't want to be part of your rapist. You know, the therapist is the rapist. I don't want to be part of that. I'm sorry, brother. You have to take I'm gonna take my talents to South Beach.
I don't know, man. You always reminded me I'm 6'5". I'm 6'5".
I was LeBron. I'm taking my talents to South Beach.
I'm 6'5". Remember, Slide? I'm 6'5".
I get what you mean. You silly.
Yeah, the Marines. We all bunk together.
Actually, we didn't. We was all by ourselves. No, seriously, we was by ourselves. We was together, but we was by ourselves. But we would protect each other if we had to. But I don't know if it had anybody that how you seen the movies. I ain't never seen nobody have a lot of helmet and land on that grenade. I seen somebody say, "I'm gonna put my Kevlar hair on that grenade. I'm gonna run my black or white or yellow olive color away from this grenade, but I'm not stopping the grenade with my body and chest from. I'm gonna warn everybody, but I'm not stopping. I don't think we had one of those person. I'm sorry. I'm not even gonna lie. I probably wouldn't have did it either. So I was like, man, but we never let a grenade get in there, so that's the beauty of it.
Yeah.
I want to end it like this, but I was like, I know it's about to be midnight and midnight ride at Slide. That sounds good.
It's time for the midnight ride.
Yeah, and a rain
unless you want to start reading erotic poetry, man, then
right. She can read it with you. We can sit there and read it with you. I got us verse. She get her verse. She can have all the woman verses.
Don't start nothing.
She and her negligee, her nightgown. I'm just playing. But hold on. Raina, you cheating on me. You said you had a lot of offers. What's up with that? What's going on? You went on a date. When was the last time you went on a date?
The last time I went on a date?
Or went out with a guy that was a romantic love interest, not like a guy just taking you out.
Do tell.
I'm not the tea. I'm not telling the tea. A woman of demure, and I am a demure woman, will not spill that kind of tea.
Okay, all right. I'll give you that for now. Next time.
I did school Otho on ladies since we are both single guys. I schooled him the other day on the one thing that I look at a woman first over teeth, hair, makeup, shoes, or anything else. Can you guess? Can you guess what it is?
Her chin.
Okay, you said after you get past her hair, her teeth, her shoes,
her legs, her booty,
her smile, her booty, her boobs, all of that.
What's the thing?
What's left? Her personality. I mean,
yeah, that too. But the thing that I look at visually, that I look at first.
What?
I look to see if a woman wears a fitting bra.
Are
you serious?
It tells so much about a woman.
It does. It really, really.
What? She actually what? Okay, Raina. Yeah, what do that tell us about a woman?
Well, number one, it tells us that she's actually taken the time to find out what her actual size is and what's.
I'm turning this off. That's exactly what it said.
Would a church say amen?
Good knowing
and what's good for her and what's good for her body. It's I wish it was as simple as, oh, I'm a 34B, or I'm a 44D. It actually is not that simple.
And then her posture. Look how she carries herself. The way that she walks. Is she confident when she walks into the room, or is she slumped over? Is she slouchy? You know what I'm saying? That it, all of that to me
she matters. Might have back problems.
Mm-hmm.
She might. She very well might. You know what I'm saying? But that bra though, if it fits just right and her back is straight and her boobs, you don't see any spillage under. You don't have all that titty meat coming out of the top. You know what I'm saying? Her shirt fits nice. Like today, I saw a woman with a denim jean suit on that was sexier than any bikini she could have wore, sexier than any short shorts or any of that, because the way those jeans hugged her figure was perfect, and those jeans looked like they were tailor-made for her. That whole suit she had on looked like it was tailor-made.
So I just wanted to rub some oil on her and have fun.
I would happily help her out of that denim suit. Yes, I would.
But that's what's amazing, about clothing for women. And when when you really realize that, that like I have bless her heart, bless her sweet little heart. I have a a 14-year-old
You
niece.
do?
Yes. And listen, guys, she is literally like, she is just so, she's so gorgeous, and she has no idea how gorgeous she is, right?
Mm-hmm.
And she has a very slim frame.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
She's very lean yet athletic,
She
right?
tall?
She will be, let's see, well, she's
She taller
taller
than you
than,
yet?
yeah, but it's easy to be taller than me, okay? Because I'm short. So,
How tall are you? I thought you was at least 5'4".
no, I'm 5 feet.
Oh, my bad. My bad.
Yeah, I'm 5 feet. So it's very easy to be taller than me. So,
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
yes, she is taller than me. I think she'll probably get to be about maybe 5'7", 5'8".
Okay.
Um, and she just, she listens, she doesn't really realize how gorgeous she is. She
Mm-hmm.
just doesn't get it yet. And she thinks that because she's not voluptuous, and she goes to school with a lot of girls that are
Mhm.
that are voluptuous,
That are
her,
thick.
yes, that are thick, yes, and hefty, and and some that are really and truly already voluptuous,
Mm-hmm.
and her mother is voluptuous. She has a younger sister. We cry for her because she is only 9,
Mm-hmm.
and she's already developing curves.
Yeah.
So she's going to be the voluptuous one out of the
Yeah.
two
I had
girls.
a 13-year-old that would knock on my door. My mother was like, "Why is this girl?" I think I was around 17 or 18. I was like, "Mom, I'll just say hi to her and treat her good." And I think it wasn't just because she was 13, because she had a lot of top on the top. I was like, "Mom, I'm not looking at her that way. I'm cool. I was cool with all the kids around me my whole life. I still till this day have no problem with them. But
Hmm.
yeah, and I think her parents understood that and made sure. So I hope she kept up with it. She had the right size bra for her size as well. Cause yeah, yeah.
But
Mhm.
So
going
your
back
daughter
to,
gonna be beautiful. She already is beautiful. She thinks she
But
ain't on
when
the
you
plate.
got Megan the Stallion, when you have what's her name, Lizzo, when you have the
But
liberal
but
left,
you
right,
talking about
progressive
the
left,
kids in her school too.
them
right.
Like
too.
the
But
kids in
but
her
but
schools are developed.
but it all comes downhill. The progressive left has been telling overweight women they're beautiful. You have BBWs, they're beautiful, just
Well,
like
and I'm not gonna say this. I'm not. I'm honestly. I'm not gonna say that they're not, because I'm definitely
right.
not here to put down,
Mm-hmm.
to do any body shaming, because women come in
No,
different shapes and sizes. But getting back to things fitting, fitting a woman's frame like it was meant for her.
Yes.
sh- This she like, she has a very petite frame, right? She's gonna
Mm-hmm.
be that. She's going to be that very slender, um they're very slender, naturally toned frame
Yeah.
person, right?
She don't think highly of herself.
Yeah, she doesn't. She's struggling a little bit. Not well. I'm not gonna say she's struggling really with confidence,
Mm-hmm.
but when she compares herself to others, she sees herself as small. Like she
Small,
doesn't.
right?
You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
She doesn't really see the authentic appreciation and beautiful what she has. So for
right.
Keep her off
prom, right? So
Instagram. Keep her
right.
off Instagram. Yep.
So I can I'm able to pass down some clothes now, which is funny
Mm-hmm.
because I'm a full grown woman, and and
Mm-hmm.
here she is, she's 14. But I had some clothes that I spent quite a bit of money on that I was giving away, and before I was taking them to a Goodwill place, I wanted her to try on some things first. Listen, guys, listen, I'm
Mm-hmm.
telling you. I had this one denim outfit,
Uh-huh.
this one piece, okay? Skin suit, okay? Skin suit.
Mm-hmm.
Listen, she tried that piece on. So it was me, her mother, and
Mm-hmm.
her grandmother in the living room. She comes out, and we're like looking at each other.
Like woo child.
You're not wearing
Yes,
that. You're not wearing
yes,
that one.
yes, yes. We like, we all give each other the look like, oh Lord, Lord.
Mhm.
Mm.
and, and so she didn't keep that. But if she was older
Mhm.
and had
Yeah,
that, when I tell you, it looked like it was,
it's
she
like it fit
wore
like a glove.
it fit like a glove.
Like a cat suit.
like
Like.
like a cat suit,
Mhm.
like it was made specifically for her. Hey, she wore it better than what I did.
You should have took a picture of it and like showed her and say, "Look at you, dude. You beautiful." She ain't gotta
No,
like everybody ain't
we
gotta see it. Just hanging on her wall to remind her you are
no
going
we
to be that. Mhm.
we'll be there all the way along the way. But
Mhm.
she just went to her first homecoming
Okay.
about 3 weeks ago, 2 3 weeks ago,
Mhm.
right? And her mother got her the most beautiful, a very elegant emerald green dress.
Mhm.
When I tell you, I mean, she looked very stunning in it. Um, and like I said, she's very, 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 very thin, but she's curving in the right places with a very
Mhm.
thin frame, but very petite, right?
Hmm.
And the dress that she wore looked like it was made just for her. And it was a
Mhm.
long dress. She looked like she was ready for a print magazine. So gorgeous.
For
Now,
Prince
mind you,
magazine.
a print
Oh, he said
magazine.
Prince. I was like, oh, I don't know if you heard
And
of that magazine.
when we went to out to eat after her homecoming,
Mhm.
because we were not going to let her just hang out after homecoming with friends without chaperones.
All right,
No,
right.
that's
Hormone
not
City.
what yeah, that's not what we do. Okay. So we chaperoning. You don't have to sit with us, but we are here. But there were so many other young ladies. Yeah,
Mhm.
no, I'm not. They're not young ladies. So many other young girls
Mhm.
that had on dresses that looked. I mean, I felt really bad because they looked like work. They looked like working girls.
Mhm.
Working girls.
If you have to keep pulling up your top to keep your boobs from falling out, you knew it was too small before you left the house.
The parent knew. The people around them knew. Nobody say
Mhm.
nothing.
Mhm.
Right. And that irritates that's why I'm so glad I had a son. Thank God I had a son and he is 21 and I don't have to deal with none of that
You could
no.
have got a Pookie and Ray Ray. No, that's
Nah, he tried that Pookie stuff and I'm still gonna have to try to choke it out of him, but
yeah. Choke the dusty out of him. The Pookie and Ray Ray.
I'm
And
gonna have to. I'm gonna have to.
what else she call them? She be having me dying. I ain't saying names, but it's just being sarcastic. But they do like working girls, Rain and Room Woman. I don't know why. I have no. I'm not looking at the high school girls. I'm talking about the women in general that we see outside in Buffalo. They gonna definitely dress like the hoochie because we only get 2 months of summer each year. Like literally, we get 2 months of real summer. Even though it's supposed to be 3 or
Mhm.
4, we're only getting two. And all the other times it's really cold or chilly. And sometimes you get away with the hoochie stuff because your body get used to that. So when the leather come out, you can bring out the leather because leather in the cold climate is still good because it's cold out and you ain't go sweat so quick and fast.
Yeah,
It'll
in the
Mhm.
melt.
South ain't no leather down here.
Mm-hmm.
Ain't no leather, bro. That
Y'all
stuff.
leather will melt.
Mm-mm. Yeah, that's definitely a northern thing.
So Rain and Woman, what are some things that you be practicing? Do you like? I don't know. I like it's different. I'm like I know with my nephew and my father. I walk up to their room. They playing the game. We talk. You do stuff like that with her and sure like old pictures or like what kind of stuff you do with her?
With my nieces, we
Mm-hmm.
do all kinds of things. it just depends on what's going on for the moment or what is needed.
Mm-hmm.
So, but what's really important to me is that I be one of the people to set the example of
Yes.
being different, being comfortable in your own skin, not looking for validation from other people, finding balance in what it is that you desire and what you need and in your emotions. Like that's what's important to me. What's important to me is to be to model what I speak, not just speak what I speak.
That's good because that's why I tell a lot of brothers I'm a role model or role figure. Don't matter if you don't want to. So I hate when I hear I don't care. I know industry celebrities and actors are actors, but in reality, they gotta really know that I don't care what type of ritual or what contract you sign because marriage is a contract too. But nobody call that evil. Child support is evil, but I ain't gonna get into that. But it's you still remember some little young male, some little young female is looking at you at all times, whether you want to recognize it or not. I figured out because people tell, yo, my son seen you. I was like, where? I seen, you see that window, but you ain't really always looking to see somebody looking out the window. He be watching me. And he be seeing, and I had to explain this to this one guy. I said, that little man, yeah, he 10. Yeah, they know the difference. Or 11. He a 10 or 11. But if the window closed and he see you automatically being distraught, he'll say, that guy mean. What he angry about? He not gonna understand. The window closed. So you gotta remember how you carry yourself. I say pull him out the way and bring him on the side of the house and whoop on him if you got to, because he can't see you on the side of the house. Being funny though, but you're a role model, you're a role figure, no matter how much you want. I take pride in
Mhm.
that, and I'm very proud that I can say my nephew didn't learn that from me, or I did all I could, and he got the best quality out of me he got to see. Because I remember even I told Slide this, my cousin. I said nigga. He said, "Oh, you use nigga." I said, "I know it was a reference." He's like, "You never said it growing up." I said, "Yes," because I know growing up you were. I think he's 25 now, so we do got some difference. I'm 38. I said you notice certain things growing up, and you're a sponge. And I was, let's say I was I'm writing a book. If I'd have said nigga around you, you didn't know the difference, but you know that it wasn't a great word. I would have imprinted it inside of your pages. So
Mhm.
now you older, you able to understand what the word means. I said, you know what it means? He said, yes. I'll say, okay, you know what it means. But now I say it, you're not exorbitant and saying your uncle taught you how to do that. No, you already know what it means. You heard the word. I didn't say it. We said it and understood what it meant, but I didn't say it and ever used it in the sentence to be glorified or taken in a way that your mind is only going to take it one way. You're a child. And that's what people got to understand. Some children mind is only going to take things one way. That's why it's important. You don't leave them in front of the TV, computer. I'll be checking my niece. I know her mother let her see that, but no, you're not watching that around me. No, you're not getting your way around me. Nope. And she learned like she do with them. They used to tell me she a child, you got to pick your battles. I said nope. I was in the Marine Corps. If a Scud missile, like you was talking about, fly over my head, I can't say Scud missile turn around. I could never do that. It was gonna fly over my head. Don't however long it was supposed to fly or hit right there wherever it's supposed to hit is going to hit. So I know that's how I carry myself. What I said, it was going to hit that child, and that child was going to take it only one way. It wasn't going to take it.
Mhm.
All flowers going to come out of that Scott missiles. Yeah, we'll see.
Hmm.
We definitely know that's not going to happen. Well, you said that's your niece, right?
Mhm.
Okay. But yeah, it's getting late. I would say one more thing. If you got any last for night slide or rain and room woman, it's up to slide or rain and room. I say ladies first. You got any closing remarks and they're the channel for both my brother and my sister.
Oh,
It's
I
on the.
thought Slide was gonna do some poetry. I thought
I
Slide
was doing
had.
some poetry slide. All right, I can give another 20 minutes.
I tell you what, we definitely need to have a lovers lane where we have the ladies and the gentlemen. You know what I'm saying? And maybe have some soft music or have some romantic poetry or share some different
Mhm.
ideas on love making and whatnot. So yeah, there's a time and a place for that. So hopefully, if we all get together sometime, or maybe if I'm invited to your platform as reigning woman, I would love to come over there and chop it up.
Okay, okay. Let's make it a deal.
You know, like I said, I've always listened, but I try to stay out of a lot of chats, especially ones that involve women, because I get kicked out of them because I am
Oh.
opinionated and I do
Mhm.
speak from a man's point of view. Because there's not a lot of men out here that advocate for men, and that's the reason why
Right.
I'm proud of Otho and what he does, because he advocates for his people first,
Yes.
but being a man is also part of it. And we're always called toxic and we're called degenerates and we're all these other bad things. And we just can't be men. We just can't be servants of God. We can't be, pillars in our community. We always got to be dogs and beasts and goats and whatever else you got to call us. And we just want to be men. We want to be recognized as good men and hopefully, go through the smoke and find out where the good women are. So, you know, I'm proud of
They're
all my.
married and they're rating room woman, but she got a whole bunch of men in her bass. Hold on, that ain't sound right. But
Mm-mm.
I know.
Does that? Do you feel intimidated? You feel a little jealous, Otho, about that? We talked
No, I
about it.
said where the good woman
I
at?
hear some. I hear
They
some jealous.
married or they rain
Look,
room
this
women?
this author needed intervention.
Or just shoot your shot. You know what I'm saying? Because where she might have some things to teach you. Young man. Since
No,
you're
they
a
told me
baby,
that I couldn't get on a roller coaster or even get in the
can't
amusement
ride the
park.
ride.
I can't get in the amusement park.
6'5" and still can't ride the ride.
I know.
Ain't that a shame?
Aw.
And the bad
Oh.
part is I'm actually the tall. Well, I ain't gonna say I know I think I'm handsome. I'm actually tall, dark, and handsome. And she's
Okay.
the lovely lady at her rightfully size. Usually they love the tall, dark, and handsome, but it's not me.
Fun size. I'm what you call fun size.
Fun size.
I didn't want to say that, but okay. I just had
Mhm.
a fun size Snickers.
No one had to say it. I said it.
And where does this accent I detect? I don't want to guess.
She's in Texas.
Guessing is rude.
Yeah, I'm Texan.
I
Mm.
was joking. You really? Oh, I was just joking. I
Yeah, I'm
didn't
a
know you was from
Texan.
Texas. Oh wow.
So you have some Mexicana roots,
So who?
some Mexican roots,
No,
none, no Latino roots.
This is the
no.
black. She's blackity black, right?
I am black.
Mm-hmm.
I
Okay,
do
Told
that's
you,
have some.
blacktivity.
I legitimately have some Native American roots as
oh, okay.
well.
Okay,
Yes.
yeah, that's interesting.
Because
And
we all do. We don't have like Mexican or Native American because we was always the close knit together. And some Taino.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
yeah,
I
that's
know
it.
mine are Native American. I don't know
Yeah,
anything about Latinos.
yeah. I always thought that we had Native American, but I found out my great 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 grandfather was a mulatto gentleman. I believe that was mixed with African and French, if I'm not mistaken.
Mm.
So
Mhm.
yeah, and the saga continues. Like the deeper I go into my family tree and the roots and finding out names and stuff. Like I have an uncle that I met that his middle name was my great 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 grandmother's maiden name. Had no idea, and it wasn't by coincidence. It was to pass the name down. But the brothers, the sisters, the cousins didn't even know that.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess they didn't have those kind of discussions back then, but now it's been like opening up a treasure chest, and it's and it's actually therapeutic too, because I feel like those missing gaps in my life and were we
Right.
slaves or were we native, were we indigenous? those things can actually be answered now to some extent.
Right.
So it has been awesome. It's been cool. And, like I say, people always talk about the ancestors, but when you can go back to your real ancestors and trace them back and see that they were doing the same things that kind of similar to what you're doing now, to put on that uniform and to serve and to take the same oath, that the Army oath never changed. You know what I'm saying? I will defend the Constitution and, everything within the limits of my post, defend my post, all that stuff, the general orders. They gave the same general orders 300 years ago. So the fact that my great-great-grandfather did that, my grandfather, my father, and then me, plus my uncles and everything, like I say, it gives me a lot of pride.
Okay.
But to close out the video again, Otho, thank you for the opportunity for allowing me to be here. I do have a platform. My favorite show to do is called Slides Midnight Ride, where we do slow jams, poetry. It's a whole vibe. So if you're able to ever come by, you can check out the old shows. And if I have a live, I'd love to have anybody that wants to come read, that wants to come participate, or if you just had a hard
bring
day,
your oils and your water.
Bring your oils, bring your sage, bring your candles,
your mirrors,
bring your incense, your wine, your candles.
Okay.
All of those things. Put the kids to bed, lock the doors, because all you're gonna hear is zzz. No, I'm just playing. But
Red Shoe Diaries. Remember Red Shoe Diaries? You have to be in the bed. You pick down the stairs. Your mother watching Red Shoe Diaries.
Have your favorite toy and plenty of batteries. I won't judge. You know what I'm saying? But have plenty of double A's. You know what I'm saying? You will need it. The show might run a little long. You know what I'm saying? But other than that,
I didn't say it. I didn't say it, Rain Room Woman. He said it, not me.
Well,
I've had entire shows get banned, so
it should be interesting when we do what like the leverage lane. It should be I do think that there is room for that type of communication and expression to be shared. And I think it is something that needs to be displayed and shared for others, to take on and learn. We have a platform to share our voices, not just to express ourselves, but to actually give lessons, to actually be teachers and leaders. What better way to use your platform? And love, romance, intimacy, it's a part of life.
Right.
It should be a part of your lifestyle. But it's how do you do it? What is the healthy ways to do it? And then you know what? For some people, the healthy way to do it is in dysfunction, because dysfunction is their norm. So, what do you have to share for people in the dysfunction that still want to have a healthy intimacy or a healthy romance, because it is possible.
What I would do, I would take all of those people that I would find a way. Let me get a hold of that person that do glam erotica, that dude who do big pole man. I don't know, making stuff. I know it's guys that do stuff too. Bring them on the show and just ask some questions and talk and have fun. I would love that. I don't know how to be getting a hold of these people. I want to get a hold of these people.
Well, I've got a few friends in certain communities that wouldn't mind having. I say that's where somebody like Mona Simone would be great to bring into discussion, because she's pansexual and polygamous. So, she's out there. And if she heard me say that,
fluid.
Yes, and if she heard me say it, she wouldn't be offended, because she knows she's the homie. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, we've had some really deep conversations about sex, sexual positions. Like for instance, Otho, tell the people what kunyaza is.
Who?
Exactly. You know what I'm saying? That's why we have those discussions.
No, I probably know who she is. I probably know who she is.
No, kunyaza is an ancient African sexual experience that actually came from a queen, not a king. I'll break it down real quick. What happened was the king.
We're gonna save it. We're gonna save it.
Okay, we'll save it. Okay, we'll save it then.
Next time.
The mysteries.
We gonna get the last part of this. We gonna save it. It's gonna be
Okay.
about our sexual nature. It ain't gonna even be about sex. But people will stop. We will stop. Maybe Raider Room woman to come on here and help us with this
Us little
sexual
boys.
liberation as power with our women and
We're
tell them,
sophomores, you know, and
yeah.
in Greek, you know, sophomore means intelligent fool. You know
Mm-hmm.
what I'm saying? So while we're clawing our way out of the womb here, trying to learn and everything, you know, I'm trying to cut this umbilical cord. Maybe she can help me to
I'm
become.
not playing with you, Slide.
I'm trying to grow up. I'm trying.
You
I'm
trying to make
trying
it
to.
to the junior and senior year.
I'm trying to get some fuzz on my chin. You know.
Yeah. But all right, I appreciate both of you, Slide. Brother JT, he came back, probably went to bed. So I probably went to bed too. And then Ray and Room Woman, appreciate you for showing up. Radical Sister was gonna be that'd have been great. Oh yeah, that'd have been great. Me and Rain and Room Woman. Or Slide can have and I have me and Radical Sisters, we be on teams, we play games.
Yeah,
Or
bring
Oh,
in
girls talk.
bring in
yeah.
MG too. Make this go viral.
Yeah,
MGTV.
yeah, yeah. And then maybe we can get Kevin Samuels and Cynthia G to open up and actually have a non-hate or non just about relationship, just talk, be regular people. But that'd be in the year 18,500,000 BC AD.
Ah! Oh,
I would
wow.
love to see people as them just talk, regular talk, like
Yeah, T.S. Madison and Kevin Samuels. They
they're
probably
just
live within
talking.
5 minutes of each other and
You
would
lying.
probably never
You
have a conversation.
lying. You
They
made,
both they
no,
both live
y'all made that up. You lying.
they both live in Atlanta. They both live an
You
hour and a
said
half away
five
from
minutes though.
me.
You so stupid.
Right there in the same area, the same affluent black area in Atlanta.
Oh, okay. That's what you're saying. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, they are not that far apart. Not even in their platforms and what they do. They are very.
TA's medicine is actually like I remember I was watching the real quick. Remember that diet the cab taxi cab confections.
Yeah.
The I was like, wow, that lady is pretty. Come to find out, that was a man. I was so upset with myself. So when I found out T.S. Madison was a man, I was so upset with myself again.
Oh.
But the thing about me with that, see, guys are scared to admit that. I'm
She
not
got
scared to admit
you.
that
He got you.
because I'm straight. I ain't never been with a guy. I never ding-a-ling to nothing. So I don't care. You can say whatever they want. I'm the black man that is like, oh, I'm honest. That's what I thought at first. But like, that's a man. I can't be. I'm not attracted to a man. But that man do look like a woman and did everything in his power to look just as good as Beyonce. So I'm not mad. That's their fault. It's not my fault. But at the same time, the dudes can't tell them. But come on. At the same time, when you see them naked, you don't. She got what you got. He got what you got, and them breasts are fake. Yeah, something's wrong with you after that because it's like you can't go forward no more. There's no use. He showed you he your same person.
I'm gonna tell you like
So
this: when I see that much makeup and weave and lashes
that's
and
why it's a turn
layers,
off, right? It's trickery. Don't matter if it's on the whatever you want to call. Even
mm-hmm,
on a woman, it's trickery, especially if you're doing
mm-hmm,
it every day. Like, I'm not
Yeah.
saying don't wear makeup, rain and woman, which I know you don't, but you
No,
can't have
yes,
a
I do, baby. I love, hold on a
Monday through
second.
Friday and Saturday and
Hold on a
Sunday like
second.
caked on, like
I
you
love
Tony
wearing
the clown.
makeup. I love wearing makeup. However, I do not wear makeup every day. And it's very rare when I like where you would even notice that I have
When
on
you do it
makeup.
like that, when you really
Yeah, it's
go
got to
all
be
out.
like a really special occasion or I'm really feeling some kind of way. But yeah, but no, I completely get it. And that's something else, with me that I like to be a model for the women and the young ladies around me and the young girls around me is to be
mm-hmm.
completely comfortable in your naked self,
Be a
you know?
Your
woman. Be a
naked
wo-
self. You ain't
be a
say
Yeah.
Be a
You're naturally
female,
said
be
naked. I
feminine.
agree.
Be completely
Be
comfortable
naked, right?
in your naked self.
Walk around outside naked and we won't care.
Well,
I prefer to be feminine. Just take care of your feet, take care of your
yeah,
hands,
Slide
take
with the
care of
feet
your
and stuff in the
yeah,
bra.
the bra. That I mean, like I say, those are the things that you look at to see that a woman takes care of herself and her
hmm
well-being and her self-confidence. I don't have to come in and fix those things or feel the need to. You
right.
know what I'm saying? We can start from a higher level than trying to feel like I have to build her back up.
I feel you.
Yeah,
Build
that's so true. And then when you see her, putting on makeup or something, you can appreciate the balance of it.
it.
Hmm.
Not her, looking like a completely like who the hell just came in the bathroom and who came out.
Feel like a hootie hoo.
Right. Yeah. What the
Hootie
cat drug
hoo.
in, like my grandma used
I
to
don't
say.
but I don't think and this is y'all know we getting into these conversations deep. We keep
I
trying to
know.
end it
I know.
and be
All
like
right, you're right. You're right. Right. It is 12. It really is 12 now. Okay, it's 12 now. But yeah, I'm sorry.
yeah,
But say
let's
is
table this.
Yeah.
He slide in. Slide, can you not? That don't sound right either, but can you not slide in?
No,
And
no, no.
Rainer,
I gotta pull out. I'm gonna pull out. I'm
you
good.
gonna
I'm
fill
good.
out? All right, appreciate it. Rainer
But
Wonder
I do
Woman with
appreciate you guys and thank you.
I
all right.
appreciate you all as well. Thank you
All
very
right.
much for this wonderful dialogue
All right. Thank you. I
and the
appreciate it.
fun.
Yeah, one band, one sound. And then next time I'm gonna have a presentation of picks, or we're just gonna go off the top of the head. I don't want to seem like I'm Mr. Professional. So I want to be easy flowing. So everybody, thank you. I appreciate you. Have a good night. When I say unto one, I say unto all. It's your path, your journey is your choice. Choose wisely and sleep well, hydrate. Winter's coming up. Get everything ready. All right. Thank you.
Peace.
Peace.